Hello, everyone. Can I be heard? Hello. Hello. Just checking sound and stuff. Do I sound good to anyone who is in chat? Doo-doo-doo. Let's see. If my... Does it actually post in Discord or what's going on here? Doo-doo-doo. Where are you? You are there. Why do I have to fix this stuff now? Hello. See if people can hear me. There seems to be... No. Edit. Yeah. There should be no problems. As far as I could see, the stream is public. Yep. Let's see if I'm just gonna put out an announcement here. Doom. See what kind of chill do we have? Hey, I have a viewer. Welcome to the chat. So here's a fun thing though, and this might be something that I just haven't noticed. Boom. But I actually can't see who. Yeah, participants. There. Now I can see that. I'm just gonna chill around here a little bit. We're gonna wait for day until we start moving out, and I want some more people in the chat before we move out, so we have more fun. I'm just gonna chill a little bit. Maybe we can turn up the music a little bit while we're waiting. Oh, and we can pick up stuff from our doggos. Hello, hello, people. Hello, hello. Getting some new people into chat. That's always fun. How are you doing this Sunday? I'm just over here petting my dogs, picking up all the stuff they found. Oh, turbo motors. That was cool. Mostly useless stuff. This time around. Oh, plastic's always nice. Stators. Motors. Let's just shove it, the savable, like useful stuff in here. Sunday is good thus far. I mean, that's cool. It's always nice having a nice Sunday. Alright, and I think I might just save you for a rainy day. But the rest, I don't need to save. You go in there. Yeah. So how has 1.0 been treating you so far? Ah, you have not gotten the game just yet, so I'm looking at live for learning. Okay, is there something specific you would like to learn from me? Because, like, I have no problem with that. Showing you something specific you might be wondering about. Like, we have our starter factory over here, and then we have some more advanced stuff over here, so I can go through some stuff while we wait for more people to show up. Let's see. That is open. Yep. You're a starter factory. Okay, let's do that. So, the way that I set up my starter factory was essentially so that not only it could carry me, like, make me complete phase 1, which is like the first sending in this space elevator. If we look in here, you can see. I don't know how much you've seen, so I'm just going through pretty much everything. So, the starter factory essentially only uses these two to start out with, the two first tiers, where I basically take the time to go through and unlock, like, pretty much everything. I think I didn't unlock jump pads, but everything else in tier 1 and tier 2 I unlock. And one of the first things I do set up is this the resource sync bonus program, the Awesome Shop and Awesome Sync. The reason for that is I want to be able to get tickets, the coupons that you use in the Awesome Shop, to unlock a bunch of really, really good stuff to have from the beginning, like different foundation shapes. I wanted to have some customization stuff. Specifically, I wanted to have concrete and asphalt foundations, and like some paints and stuff like that. And specifically, like super important, I want ladders because they are the best early game exploration tool, because you can place them anywhere and just go like vertically straight up without having to mess around with a bunch of hills. And yeah, you can sneak into like places you wouldn't be able to go otherwise because there's like enemies and stuff in the way. On top of that, I always try to unlock the road barriers as fast as possible because they let me control where I place walls, so I don't have to place them on the line. I can place them anywhere this can go, because I can take a wall. Let's see if I have something like that. Here, I do not. I can take a wall, hold control, and change, because otherwise it just snaps like so. But if I hold control, I can snap it anywhere. So that's why I set that up very, very early. And getting those coupons really, really helps out, because you can go in here and buy any parts you have unlocked. And the same thing goes for equipment. You can buy any of it and just have that instead of having to handcraft. So it's a very simple way. And I do get the tickets themselves by using the doggos. I have a video on my channel about how to get that. So if you want to do the doggo meta, whatever you want to call it, there's a video to explain how to use it. But if you can get a few like turbo motors and or like other advanced materials in the beginning, you can get like 150, 200 tickets without having to go out and manually collect a bunch of like animal like remains and stuff like that. It just can passively while you're building stuff in the background, which is why I did it. So these things are all advanced that I'm putting into my dimensional storage. This stuff, not so much. Like concrete I can make based on the tutorial. But essentially, what I then decided to do, once that was set up, was to go through and look at where I am on the map and decide like how big do I want it to be, how much do I want to produce. And the ultimate production, so to speak, I set from the from the end product and work my way back to the beginning, right? So I basically said I want to produce I want to produce 120 concrete per minute, because of how much I spend focusing on building specifically. I find it very important to have like a large amount of concrete coming in. So I spent a lot of time messing around with that. I want to have, so there's 30 copper sheets being made. There is, I think it's 30 or 60 cable per minute. I don't remember exactly. And then we have, I think 30 or 60 wire per minute being made. And then we have that's the copper and the concrete and stuff. All of the rest is just iron. So most of the stuff in the early game that you mess around with before you send the elevator in the first place is iron stuff. So essentially I think I'm making like 20 iron plates per minute. I'm making 15 iron rods per minute. I'm making 25 screws per minute. And I am making... Those are the like absolute basic iron stuff, right? But then into the little bit more like that uses assemblers, I'm making, I think 5 or 6 reinforced iron plates per minute. Because I pretty much want to skip straight from like Mark 1 belts and go straight to Mark 2 belts with the double speed. Simply because of the convenience of moving resources and making like conveyor buses and stuff like that. pause for anything, like tell me to pause or ask questions or anything as you go, and I will like go to that and go through it with you. But yeah, then I basically decided to put in, so I think I'm making a surplus of 4 rotors. I'm saying this off the top of my head, so I might be wrong on the specific numbers. And then same thing here, I think you're following, good. I have 4 per minute of the modular frames, and then the space elevator part here, right? Where the first level just needs 50, but the second one needs 1,000, so it's good to have a like pretty decent like production of smart plates. And because of the net output that I wanted, I also have to produce a surplus of everything, right? So the gross production is a lot higher than what I actually get into these containers. And that is because I need more iron plates than just like this one machine. Because it's just this one machine that is making iron plates for me. And it's just this one machine over here that is making the iron rods for me that I'm actually using to build. The rest is used elsewhere in the factory. Something that I also spent time on early on was alternate recipes. And I know that a lot of people skip this until, like when they're playing their first time, they tend to skip this until they hit like, I think it's even up until like oil. Some people starting out the game skip alternative recipes because it sounds complicated with like more than one recipe to pick from. But I basically find it super important that before I even set up my first like starter factory, there are pretty much free crash sites where you can kill a couple of easy enemies and then you can get hard drives, and I want this recipe. The cast screws, because then I can skip having to make iron rods and then making iron rods into screws. I can just like, nah, we're just making this. It is the same level of efficiency, it's just a little bit faster. In terms of like the volume per minute. Get that window to search. I press N as in Nicholas. So this is not just a search window. You can either press N to find that, or you can press O to open the actual codex, where you have all of the stuff anyway. So this is the same window that opened up, and you have a search box here as well, in case that is more comfortable to you. And you have everything that you have unlocked will be, or discovered, because some of this stuff is stuff you pick up from the ground, like the 3 nutrients, generally. So this is not just a search window, you can also do calculations here. So you can go in here and go like, what is 666 times 420? So this is the magic number for going to hell and having a good time. And then, but essentially what I then was like looking at was, what are the raw resources that I need to convert and process to be able to produce the outputs for all the things that I want to. And it came down to, with decimals and stuff, it was like 343.5.2 or something like that, iron. So I just decided to look at what the recipes are. If we go up here, I can look at it. I just decided to look at what the recipes actually are, and that's a 1-to-1 transfer ratio of 30 iron ingots. So I just basically took, like, okay, I need to make, what is a decent number? I need to go above the number that it says I need. So I decided to go for 360. Because that also matches up with the miners. Because we have, I don't know how much you know about that, but we have 3 different node purities, where you have the impure nodes, where a Mark 1 miner gets 30 ore per minute from these nodes. So this is an impure node. As you can see, I get 30 per minute. From a normal node, you get 60 per minute. and then from a pure node you would get 120 per minute. That's why the Mark II belt is so important even early on. So Mark II belts can move, if we go into the build menu, pressing Q, go into build menu, and then I go to logistics, the Mark I belt says it can move 60 resources per minute, which means that it has a capacity to move 60 resources per minute past a certain point, like a set point. It's not how long it's going to take for you to move from the start of a belt to the end of a belt. That's a different thing. That depends on how long the belt is. But Mark II belts that you can unlock very early on without any struggle, like even with handcrafting. I think I did most of this with handcrafting. I basically set it. I was on live stream when I did that. But I basically go Logistics Mark II, where the conveyor belts are unlocked. They need these resources to unlock. I basically just handcrafted that in the crafting bench over here and unlocked it pretty much immediately so that I can use pure nodes if I have them around me. It's also so that I can move larger amounts on less belts, which it makes it easier for me to sort my logistics. So I don't have to keep track of like twice as many belts, literally, than if I can just merge everything on a like single belt. Which is also another point why I'm unlocking all of the like stuff I can as early as possible. Like the splitters and mergers are so important for your starter factory, so that you can move with less belts and merge smaller belts into larger ones and split large ones into smaller ones. Because if you look here, I have made it so that I have the machine on one floor, and then I have the logistics on a lower floor. That's also to make it easier to see what I'm doing and keep things clean. And I basically take all the iron from this, and I bring down and I merge this on lines. So I have 3 lines on Mark II belts. Oh, that was my parachute opening. Right? But they can only move 120, but I have 360 coming out. So if I'm following, if you have a normal node, which is 60, I can use a Mark II belt to move it faster. Yes. And you can move it faster from point A to point B, but you're only using half of its capacity to move stuff. So you won't have any blockages on the belt. You could actually take a second normal node and use a merger, like one of these, and merge them onto a single belt, so you can move. Instead of having to like use 2 belts, you can use 1. You can see I have done exactly that over here, where I have 2 normal nodes that I'm bringing in on like Mark I belts, because that's 60 each, I don't need to stress it. And then over here, I've just merged so they continue on a Mark II belt. That's perfectly fine, because it means instead of having to move, in this case I would have to have 4 belts on this. I don't need that now. I just need 2, which is why I did this. And it's always in your better interest to, when moving resources on a long distance, to try and keep the amount of belts to like few as possible. Not just for your like sanity's sake, but also for your, what's it called? For the computer's performance. Like the game is very optimized and it can handle like so much belt that you will like, you can pretty much finish the game without being unreasonable, and you have maybe touched like 10%, have a 10% like performance decrease on the game overall. But if you have a like have a need to move larger belts and everything, that's fine too, of course. Like you shouldn't like limit yourself just because. And that's kind of what I was thinking here as well. I want to have all of this set up so that, because this is all the iron I need, right? And then I brought it up, process it up top, bring it down. Hello, Sleepy Bear! Long time no see. Good afternoon, Jack. Congrats on the 1,000 subs. Thank you so much. It's been a lot of work. It's been 6 months. 6 months and 2 days exactly was what it took. But yeah, okay, so this belt. Hope you're having a good Sunday, Sleepy. I'm going through my starter base here together with, I don't really know how to pronounce your name, but Roxt, yeah. I think that's how you pronounce it, I don't know. But yeah, essentially then bring it out here, and then I've separated it. I've had to do some complex stuff here with the mergers and splitters to make it easier for myself. Rocks. Yeah, okay. Perfect. And I will just call you Rocks. I essentially just take one belt of 120 iron that comes out, and I've brought that in. It makes all of my iron plate up here, right? But I don't have enough iron ingots on one belt to run everything on one line like this. So I took another belt and brought over and merged it with a merger here so that it fills up the belt again. Oh, I'm doing great. Relaxing while I can. Got some work at midnight this morning from a week trip from North Cape for work. Oh, damn. So you're traveling for work now, like North Cape. Do you mean like Norway then? Or are you like US based now or somewhere else? How are you doing? I'm doing great. I got a massive like migraine from the tension release when I hit 1000 because I've been tensing so much about it. But it's over now and I feel a lot better. I'm just happy being here now, hanging out with you guys. But yeah, I basically supplement the line here, and this is called a staggered supplemental merge, if you want to be really technical about it. In Norway, yes. In English, its name is North Cape, most northern part of mainland EU. Ah, okay. Yeah, makes sense. And I can do this with this line. I don't need to have any advanced splitters or anything like that, because when this belt gets full, it will just go like, okay, I'm full, and then like split off the rest and send it down here instead. By default. Yeah, like migraine I have pretty much like permanently, like more or less. It's just like a level of like, am I feeling the pain? Like, is it like decking me? Am I like out for the count for a day, or am I good? But basically we went to the doctors, me and Empress, and found out, one, she has chronic migraines and epilepsy, apparently. And I have chronic migraines, which means that you have migraines for more than 15 days a month, which sucks. But yeah. Then I've taken the remainder of the second here, merged with the third, to supplement or to feed the iron. Game has a lot of logic in it. Really nice. Yeah. I worked a little bit in logistics, and I've spent a lot of time with like Minecraft Redstone. I've worked with I've spent a lot of time with programmers and stuff like that, and I've worked with like forklifts and like loading, unloading trucks and like that kind of stuff. This makes perfect sense. You can apply like city planning logic and stuff like that to this game, and it makes sense. There's no like woohoo, or no, maybe not. No, it's more like we have lived with it so long that it's like, yeah, okay, so what are we supposed to do about it? So we've just gotten like different medicine and stuff. I have an engineering background but not practicing. I mean, that's perfect. Then most of this will make very easy sense to you, but I do loads of project management. Yeah, just apply project management to how you plan the belts, where each machine is a person working in your project. Each line is a team. Things like that. I've also done a lot of project management. My last position was as a CEO for a marketing firm. I think a lot of that has helped for the factory planning specifically. You are, regardless of what, the engineering background is going to make it so when you hit like liquids, yeah, that's why I'm attracted to the game. Yeah. Same for me, really. I said this, I think it was in the last episode of the Let's Play I did before the 1.0 release. If you don't like this part, like this down here, if this isn't enjoyable to you, to figure this stuff out, and you're just trying to rush through it to do other stuff, you are rushing through what is the majority of the game. The majority of the game is the logistics. And this is the small local logistics. So if you think like road planning, this is the local road, this is the alleys, this is that kind of stuff. But then out here, you have the collector roads. These small ones out here are the collector roads. And then they hit the highways. And they get distributed here on the local sector. And then you have like the really, really big stuff, like interstate highways kind of stuff. Then you're looking at like trains, drones, trucks, tractors. But yeah, like the iron is essentially just spread out, complex solution. I could have solved this a lot easier if I had more advanced splitters, but I did not. So I just went with like, nah, I'm just gonna like do this to make it work because I wanted it to work this way. And I've basically done the same, brought in all the copper, all the limestone I need, and set them up. I think the most advanced part, the most difficult part. Hello, Dave's not here. Good morning to you. Is it morning where you are, or is it just a general good morning all the time? I'm the kind of person who's like good morning all the time. But yeah, all of these parts are like split, so I get the basics down here, right? Including for the copper over here, where copper is brought up. I did a above the ground logistics system here, just to kind of show that you can work with like mergers and manifolds and splitters and stuff like that. So 4 smelters bring in the copper, and then I take 1 merger over, or 1 set of 2, so 60 ingots, bring over and make all of the sheets that I need over here. Then I make all of the cable or wire in that one that I need. That's 1, so that's, I think, yeah, 30. And then these 3 are brought over here, and these are downclocked 75%. So that I have 22.5, that's 45 per minute. 10:33, here I am in the Caribbean, Western US, 7:30 a.m. Oh, damn. Nice. So I'm getting like cross pond. Like I'm sitting here in Sweden. Spying on Coffee Stain Studios. No, but yeah, that's really cool. And then we have Sleepy Bear, who is in Norway. That's really nice. Getting all of the entire world. Yeah, I have a telescope, so I can aim it at Skövde from here. What intel do we have from Coffee Stain? Essentially, they are aware that I am watching them, and they are what do you call it? Trolling me. So they murder someone in front of the window every morning, stuff like that. I didn't see this equipment when I visited late 2019. When you came over to our place? No, I got this afterwards. Like I hadn't started playing Satisfactory at that point, right? But yeah, so like top-down look on the copper setup. Ah, yes. And then up here on the upper level, I'm making the more complex stuff. So, or complex and complex. The complex part about this copper or concrete setup is essentially that I had to merge a bunch of lines to supplement and make use of every single piece of limestone so that it is 100% efficient and makes those 120 that I want. because I'm in the grass fields, there is pretty much no pure nodes here. So I had to work entirely off of impure and normal nodes. But yeah, I tried to also make this. Some people liked the look of this. I don't get that. But if we make this so I can show, we essentially have the more advanced products, the reinforced iron plates, modular frames, smart plating, and stuff like that. So over here, I make my rotors, where it's pretty much like one machine goes entirely to storage so that I can have that as buildable, and one goes to be made into, I think they're used for the smart plating. I think it's reinforced iron plates, which is these three, are being made into smart plating over in those two, together with the rotors, and then you have modular frames over here being made together with iron rods and iron plates. Essentially, I prepped long enough that I had a bunch of extra like stuff unlocked, so I could make this easier for myself, but I didn't. I would say if you really, really want to make your life easy, like early, there are two super important recipes that you can get this early on if you're planning your starter factory and starting out. And one of them is if we go into reinforced iron plate, is these stitched iron plates. I like the layout of your factory, even though I don't understand what's going on in totality. Yeah. One of the reasons for that is because I have laid it out specifically to be pedagogical about it, to like have it as a showcase factory, to show how to make a perfect like starter factory that not only carries you through phase 1 and into sending the space elevators the first time. Yeah, spaghetti. Like, this is what happens when you don't have a logistics floor, inevitably. Yeah, like, you say just kidding, but it is the spaghetti. It is like, I show this, and Empress, who is part Italian, goes like, like, that's how I know it's spaghetti. It's the judgment. I just go like, Empress, can you come here and just look at this? And goes like, I'm hungry now. I'm like, okay, spaghetti. I need to fix this. But essentially, the more inputs a machine has, the more complex it immediately grabs some Parmesan. Yes, like immediately, it becomes like twice as complex. That is good spaghetti. The spaghetti, let's game it out, mate, is spaghetti. Yeah, like his spaghetti is literally like if someone just stirred up a bunch of like wet noodles in a pot and just like said, "It's done." Like, I'm at least trying to keep some right angles. So yeah, but essentially, like that's how I made this part, or I planned this part first. Now that I had planned this part, like on paper, I can see let's see if I can actually bring up that plan. That might even be easier for you. There we go. I'm just gonna skip on over to a display capture here. And there. All right, so I'm just gonna bring this over so I can still see the chat. Personally, I spread my factories out a bit more than yours, Jack. Also, I put logistics in a layer above or below the main factory floor, makes for a super clean look on the factory floors. Yes. Like, that's what I normally do as well. I specifically made this floor, not that, to showcase in the video where I was talking about it, like, this is why you use logistics floor, so you can avoid this mess, essentially. But essentially, I basically decided first, like, this is the output I want to have as a net output, not the, like, massive, like, production that I need. And based on that, I need a certain amount of raw resource in the factory. Yeah, because I have to think about more than just clearing the game. I have to also think about like being entertaining, logistics in like the production lines. Yeah, exactly. So I have to think about not just clearing like the face or making a factory function. I have to also think about like I can't like make it as compact as I would if I was just playing, because I need to also be able to show this, and you guys watching videos and watching the streams and stuff needs to also be able to understand what's going on and see what's going on, like visually be able to go like, oh, there's a belt there, oh, that's how this is connected. So it's not just like the super compact thing that I would do otherwise, which is why I have like certain what's it called, blueprints, stuff like that, that is a little bit bigger than I would make them otherwise. I would compact them more if I wasn't like showing everyone. But essentially, I basically went from left to right. I want this. And I basically want like, what alternative recipes do I want to use? Because that changes up everything. So I first need to determine which of these do I change up. And I need to use cast screws. I need to have overclocking unlocked so that I can use underclocking for some of these machines. Hey Grugi, or Servogalius, you're on the wrong account again, I think. Hey, congrats on 1k. Lurking to support. Baby needs attention. I mean, I need some attention too, senpai. No, but welcome to the stream. Happy that you're here. Essentially, once I have that figured out, the alternative recipes, and I know what belts and logistics I can be using, and I then look at the base resources, and then I make this. So I have sectioned up this in 3 sections: the iron section, the copper section, and the limestone section. Specifically opting out of using recipes that mixes different parts or different like raw resources, to make it easier, once again, so that people can understand what I'm doing in the factory. And this is it. So I basically said, okay, the smelters makes all the iron ingots, and where am I moving them after? Like, how much do they need, or how many machines rather do they need, and what is the total production of this line? And they are sent here. This is how I need to split them up later. So I need to plan my logistics line based on these 2 lines, essentially. And then I move on to the next one. And here I also marked, this is what I'm having out in a storage so that I can use that for building. And so on and so forth. And I just keep going. And then this specifically stands for space elevator part, like SEP. So I basically just wrote this up. This is in my Discord, like pinned, so you can go and look at this. This is public facing, so you guys can go and check this out for yourselves if you want to. Same thing, like it's in here, where you can look at, like you have the standalone factories. If I make more standalone factories, it ends up here. This is the start one. I also have the, like all the blueprints I have made so far. This was updated today, so it has everything. And then let's see, we have the save games, so you can go look at exactly what my factory looked like at the point in episode 1 when I made this factory, and then how it's developed throughout. So all of this is public facing. It's like free, accessible through my Discord. So if you want to go there, links in the description. What are the blueprints? Blueprints are, let's see here. I'm just gonna see if I can get back to the game part of things. Satisfactory. There we go. Hello. So, no, it's okay. Like my brain is super random. I have ADHD. Whatever you say in chat goes pretty much, because I have streamer brain and ADHD combined. So I'm gonna talk about specifically what the blueprints are, but before I forget, because otherwise I will, there are a super important function that will make building this stuff so much more easy in the beginning, and that is the MAM, this machine, which you unlock in, what is it, like field research? Yeah, here. You get the MAM, which unlocks the map, so you can actually like see the map here. As you can see, I have a few friends, but I have in the MAM, you have, this is where you unlock the alternative recipes with hard drives in here, and you get the different alternative recipes you can pick between here, and you basically try to just go for random questions are required. That's just like basic the stream. Dave's not here is completely right on that. Like that's just the basis of a stream. That's how you move forward in a stream. But yeah, in here there are some really like important quality of life stuff that you can unlock early on in the game. And number one is you can expand your tool belt so you get more hand slots, as in like all of this stuff that you can equip. So you can have a bunch of different tools. I have a bunch of weapons and stuff because I'm gonna go like exploring and finding a bunch of more important stuff for this. Lurk, going to try and fix some home assistant issues on the smart home, etc. Okay, good luck, Sleepy Bear. But yeah, in here then having the parachute means that you don't have to be afraid of any fall damage anymore. You can just run straight off a cliff and just use this. This is reusable. You basically just press space and you automatically equip it, and it just works, as Todd Howard would say. The second one being here is the Blade Runners. When you find quartz, you can find this all around the world in small like chunks. They kind of you will recognize because it looks like bigger versions of what's on the screen right now. That you just walk up to and like smack with your chisel the same way you would like mine a node manually. And then you basically go to the quartz, or you can find a quartz node. They are also around. Then you basically go in, you give them what they need, you click research. Like for example, if I click here, I can't do that, but there's a button here that says research. And then you basically go for this down here. Try to just like craft up or find whatever you need, but get to the Blade Runners for mobility's sake. If I go and I take off my Blade Runners and I move around, this is the speed I'm running at. Like, this is my mobility. This is my level of mobility. And then I bring them on. Like, I have an entirely different level of mobility now because of the Blade Runners, which is super important when you are dealing with like running around and stuff, because we're relatively flat out here. Yeah, that's really cool. So having like the parachute and the Blade Runners, super important. But yeah, let's see, where are you guys? Map markers. I have marked. So if I show map markers, these crash sites on the map, I have like these are on videos and stuff like that. You can find them on Satisfactory calculator and stuff as well. You'll find them around. I'm gonna show you one of the sites later. They basically give you the alternative recipes, stuff you need. They give you these hard drives. They have like a requirement, sometimes with power, sometimes with some material, that you need to open them and get these. And you need to collect at least, I think, 2 or 3 of the blue power slugs so that you can unlock the underclocking. Other than that, you can build this entire factory, like minus these dimensional depots. Everything else you can do from the get-go with just those unlocks and the full unlock of the tier 1 and tier 2. So it's very early on. There's very little like extra being used. Then I have supplemented with some more advanced stuff later on in line to make it easier for myself. But this entire setup you can build entirely with just that. What you do unlock, once you've sent the elevator up once, why do I keep running away from that? Over here is you get blueprints. So you get the blueprint designer, and you unlock blueprints in your build gun so that you can place blueprints. And essentially what it means is that when I have a blueprint designer, I'm just gonna get up here so I can, like, all of these roads are blueprints. If I change my build mode, I press R or dismantle mode, you can see that it is like snapping to the entire blueprint. This, all of these sections, road sections, are all just blueprints. And essentially, when you place down the blueprint designer, I'm gonna see if I can get it out here somewhere. Can I place you? You snapped. You were white before. Yeah, it's. Let's see if I can place it down here. Yeah, there. So you have 3 levels of this, starting out with the Mark 1. That is a 4 foundations, like so. If I place a foundation here at the corner, and I press and change build mode to zoot, so I can like just click once to have like the outline, and I can drag out to 10 in either direction. I can do 4 by 4, and then 4 foundations high. Or technically, like a foundation is 8 meters across. So that's what I'm counting there as well. Going to vertical mode, which means I'm placing 8 here, but they're 4 meters high. But the technical size of it is, what is that, 8 by 4? That's 32 by 32 by 32 meters. That anything you can fit within this, you can then save as a blueprint. And you do that going over here, or you don't have to do that. You can press anywhere on any machine, you can open the menu. You basically just like type in the name, you can select like whatever icon, whatever like color you want for it, and then you can save it. And then if you want to edit it, edit the blueprint, that's pretty easy too. You just go in and say like, hey, let's grab one of the first ones I made. Here, you just load it up, and you can change it however you want. So now I loaded up one of the blueprints that I have, and this is a belt priority system that moves items down to fill up the lower belt, and then prioritize the next belt, and so on and so forth, by using a advanced splitter called a smart splitter that lets me set like either like specific items, or I can set a logical rule. Overflow, any, none are the normal ones to use. But if you're making, for example, a sushi belt, where you have a bunch of stuff on one belt that needs to be sorted, which tends to be used for like storages and overflow systems and stuff, then you can put any undefined, and then you can just define parts on the other, where you need them to go. So I've basically set that up so that the lower belt, if it has an input, it goes in and it prioritizes going straight forward, right? If we look at this, the center output goes straight ahead. That's any, so it's going to send anything straight forward. If this belt gets saturated and completely full, and it starts like backing up, instead of stopping, it starts sending things on the left output to merge with the top belt. And I've taken, so if this belt isn't full, and you want it full, because that's the point of the priority system, you take a second belt with the same resource, preferably, to be used for duplications and expansion, exactly. Or if you have, let's say you have 10 like nodes with resources, but they have different quantities. But the lines you have planned for the factory all needs a even set amount based on the max amount of the highest tier belt you can have at the moment. So for example, I can have belts, my Mark III belts, where I'm at right now, can move 270 resources per minute. So if I then have one belt that brings in 120, one that brings in 60, and one that brings in 240, and I want the first belt to be it needs to be perfectly full, then I can do that. By plugging in, I can plug in the 240 belt here. I can still fit 30 on it, and I could put the 30 belt here, right? To make that very, very simple. But if it turns out that that's further away and I need this belt running first for whatever reason, I plug in the 60 belt here, and it's going to send, so I have 270 here, and it's going to keep sending the remaining 30 up here, and then I can place another system like this, like up top, and just plug that in. And I will automatically have the 60 on that belt, and keep going and keep going and keep going. There is a level of it where you kind of need to go in like a diagonal like this, or in this case it would be a diagonal like this, because this is the highest priority. It needs to be in the front, essentially. But essentially, and then I made a different blueprint. So if I wanted to change this, I would just change whatever I needed to. If I needed to place in like lights or anything like that, then I can just press like save blueprint, and it's going to save, and it's just double checking that I want to do that. But yeah, if we then look at I have a horizontal belt, and here's an example of me making a blueprint that has no, what's it called? It's not compacted. I have not made it as small as I possibly can, because I want to make sure that the people looking at it can understand what's happening. And this belt does exactly the same, or this system does exactly the same as the top down, like the vertical one, only that it moves things to the left. The left belt is always prioritized. And then you just build on a diagonal with this as well, of course. To make sure that you're always plugging it in so that it merges with the right side over and over and over. How long have you been playing this? Your info is golden. I have played this for, let's see, what does it say on my Steam page? It says 1,557 hours. With that said, I have probably consumed 3 or 4 times that of just like you're doing right now, live streams and content creators and stuff like that. Plus, just like you, have worked with project management and worked in logistics and stuff like that. So I have some real world knowledge that is transferable. I also argue that a lot of the knowledge that I've gotten from playing is now transferable to real life. So, but yeah, then to remove the actual blueprinter, you need to have the blueprinter being empty. You can't just delete it. I've also, I think it is a benefit to me and the people watching that I spent 10, 15 years teaching martial arts, and I went to a school that taught how to teach. One of the potential paths I could go from high school was become a teacher, and we got a primer a year pretty much with just here's how to teach, how to train, how to plan, how to adapt to people with special needs, all that kind of stuff. So I have a very easy time to make a very generalized kind of information dump that speaks to a lot of people. Let's see, I attempt to pick you up. I need you there. But yeah, let's see, I'm going to go and show you. Do you have any vids on the start of this factory? Yes, I have a playthrough. Let's see if I can just go here. And I can just go here. Boom, boom, boom. Here you go. I'm putting this in the chat. This is the playlist for the Let's Play that is going on in this world. Where I kind of have a mix of things, like it's almost like a disclaimer on like why I'm doing it the way I do. I make the assumption that the people watching my first episode has cleared the tutorial, because the tutorial for the game is incredibly solid and teaches you all the mechanics that you need to know to understand what I'm doing. So just keep that in mind from the get-go. I make the assumption that you know how to place and use a miner, and how to connect belts and set up the smelters and stuff like that. So I don't necessarily like spend a lot of time on it. But if you have any questions, just send a comment in the video and I respond. I respond to pretty much every single comment I get. So just go ahead and ask questions. But yeah, I was gonna show you, because that is such a core thing that I am using here. All of these collectibles are stuff that is usable in the MAM, by the way. Berries, nuts, like mushrooms, mycelia, yeah, all of it. Sulfur, you need the bombs. What is life without bombs? It's how I make myself happy. Let's see if I remember exactly. Oh yeah. If you're playing the game for the first time, survival tip. Don't go and hug the fart clouds. They will kill you very quickly. You are better off going into a radioactive area than you are going into these. They will do a lot more damage than radioactive material. Even if you're very, very close to it. Not if you have it in your inventory. If you have radioactive material in your inventory, you're dead. But if you just go in here, I have filters. I have the gas mask that I've unlocked in the MAM, and I have gas filters that are being used so I don't take any damage. But yeah, I'm gonna show you a crash site so you know how they look. I have taken down so much of this forest that it's hard for me to navigate it. How are you guys with spiders and stuff? Because there are spiders in this vicinity. This is a crash site. And you will find like there are some like random materials around here. These are what I call millennial birds. They just scream at life. But yeah, there will be some random parts on the ground that you can pick up, just like you pick up the leaves. You just aim at it and press E. But you basically go in here. They're gonna tell you here on this side what you need. If it's a material, or if you need some power, or whatever it is. Sometimes it's just a free unlock, and it just says like pull to open. And the reason for that is because there tends to be like a environmental challenge instead, which is like extra enemies, or radioactive stones, or like fart rocks, whatever it is. Or straight up just enemies. And these are the nodes you can find around the world to get early unlocks in the MAM. Caterium, quartz, sulfur being the big ones. SAM is also pretty good if you can find a node. But yeah, these guys over here are sometimes protecting them. There we go. Just reloading my 3 guns. There we go. Picking up all the remains of the ground is also really, really good. The mycelia you find here. Oh, those are spiders. you will find these weird plant outcroppings. They are mycelia. And there are multiple different versions of that, but generally, yeah. Cut down a bunch of trees. Oh, I have arachnophobia mode on. So, they have a in-game overlay of cats. Come here. Thank you. That's one. I ain't dealing with you guys. And the last one. Let's see if we can snipe you. Boom. There we go. I do not have a fear for spiders as much as I have a fear for the specific spiders in this game. The same way that I don't have thalassophobia, but after playing Subnautica, I fear the deep. In Subnautica specifically. Like, not in real life. I don't have no problem with it in real life. But I'm terrified in Subnautica. And these are like the small spiders. There are very large spiders that like do half your damage in one hit kind of spiders. Or half your HP in one hit. I have the overlay on specifically. Also because I might have people in my audience who fear spiders. Otherwise I wouldn't care myself. I actually think it's harder to fight them because of the overlay, so they would be easier for me to deal with without it. This is just like I said, like I don't want my audience to go like, I couldn't finish your video because there were spiders on screen. I also try to avoid in videos showing off me like going cave diving. What if we have catophobia? Oh no. Yeah. Then I would have to turn off, like, I don't think it's that common, but if it was there, like it was as common as the arachnophobia, I would probably go into advanced game settings. And I would go into wherever that is, creatures, and I would turn them off entirely. But yeah, if that was the case. Damn. Yeah, I'll put you out of your misery. Let's see. But yeah, let's see. There was something else that I wanted to share that's gonna make life a lot easier. Oh yeah. These guys. You just do. Oh, be right back. Yeah. Olé! It's just some bull riding here. What is it called? Bull fencing in English? I don't know. They just charge straight at you. And even without the Blade Runner, you can just jump straight above them. Oh. There we go. 3 down. Dude, I've spent so much time, and I kid you not. Hello, let's build. Was playing Half-Life Alyx again for the achievements you missed. Damn. You really want to torture yourself. Get the mod that changes all the cast to pictures of Jace and Snoot. Yes. They should update that to include Michael now as well. Or Mikael. I definitely think so. How are you doing? Let's build. Are you having a nice, chill Sunday? I am just going through and helping Rock like understand the game a little bit. He hasn't bought the game yet, but is interested in buying it. I'm doing great, very relaxed with the 4-day break. Nice. Oh yeah. You have a holiday in Germany. Am I right? Oh yeah, fight me. Heh. I'm fine. Just slightly squished. Kinda, we have a holiday on Thursday, so I took Friday off too. That's just smart. In Swedish, we call that klämdag. As in a day that got squished between two days you're off. Most people, like, most companies just give you the day off anyway for those days here in Sweden. They're just like, yeah, you're not gonna do anything productive. Like, you're gonna have vacation on, like, Thursday or day off on Thursday, coming in and work on Friday, and then be off work again for the weekend. You're not gonna be productive, just stay home. Brückentag. Is that the right pronunciation? It was a while since I learned German from my dad. Brückentag in German, because it's the bridge to weekend. Yeah, Brücken, as in bridge, yeah. There we go. How am I looking on that, by the way? I haven't made any new steel beams in a long while. Yeah, I'm out. Holy crap. Oops. I need to reroute. I'm not going to be able to record episode 7 if I don't fix this. It's a good thing I was streaming so I could figure that out before I sat down and started prepping. I already have a plan in place for this. There we go. Let's see. I need to reroute that one. Yep. Whoop. Do this. And I can do that here. There we go. Just temporarily to saturate more of the steel, which I was obviously out of. But let's build. Have you seen episode 6 yet? I should run over and show you. Exactly what it looks like. I keep forgetting to put in light here as well. Oh, you haven't seen it? Yeah, okay. Then I'm not gonna spoil anything for you there, but I mean, it turned out really damn good. Only thing I'm gonna show you is what the pipe bus turned out like. So that is damn good. That is a really, really nice look for the whole thing. Boom. Was already impressed with the scale of episode 5, scared of the scale of episode 6. Yeah, makes sense. Like, I have realized how much bigger the undertaking of building a city is versus just building a factory. Because I could have all this done now. I could call the starter factory, I'm done, let's move on. But I'm basically rebuilding the starter factory. Yeah, it's 12 pipes. That brings in, what is it? 240 each. And then it's bussed over from the lake together with the coal. One of the like things that I'm trying to achieve by doing this is like I want people to go like, oh my god, because of the size. I mean, I probably have more pipes, but there are ways shorter. Yeah. I basically just set up a bus blueprint and just use that. The only thing that I really miffed about here is, or not miffed, rather than it's just an annoyance. Oh, sorry, I hit the mic. Is I haven't unlocked the Mark II pipes, so I have to use a lot of pipes to get the water up. On top of that, I can't like teach this is how Satisfactory works and then show here's how you glitch the pipe so you get an infinite head lift and like don't have to care about how the pipes work and how Satisfactory works. So I've basically had to not do that, and instead I have this monstrosity of pumps making sure that everything goes up. And I have like compact spaghetti over here. So I have the compact spaghetti, and then each of these brings in water. And see if I can land on it. There we go. They're all like overclocked. It's a lot of powerful pumps. Oh yeah. I am perfectly well aware. Just running the like support systems for the power facility uses up over 1000 megawatts. Like each of these uses 50 megawatts. Because I want to leave space for more overclocking later and for more extractors later. But yeah, there's like, what is that? 12, 24, 36, 48, 60, what is that? 72 pumps. So yeah. Very, very many pumps to get the water up. And I could have literally used like 24 pumps. Yeah, I'm so glad my water tower design forks so I can spare so many pumps. Yes. 100%. I would so much like to be able to do the same thing. Like I said, have to teach how Satisfactory works, not how to break Satisfactory. Different video. So, what do you think? Do you like the bus too? Looks good. I love uncooked spaghetti. Yes. Uncooked spaghetti be very straight. And I really like the way like I've set up the lighting and everything here. Oh yeah, I need to do that as well. Set lumen settings here. Have you learned about that one? Where you change the settings for the what's it called? The lumen, so that you actually get the light spreading. I changed some lumen settings with the console. Yeah, good. Because they like the way they've set it now is on purpose. Yeah, it's the a r.ao global distance field dot min mesh sdf radius, and I set it to 1.1 because the Coffee Stain team set it to lower so that they where I get the cold from? I did 1. Yeah, essentially, like 1 means that you do have the standard, like engines, like calculated spread. Standard is 20. Standard is 20. Okay, I might try that. See what it looks like. If the game crashes, let's just save here. Just doing this. Case of game crash. Let's see what happens. And let's set it to 20 and see what happens. If Let's Build might just be trolling here. We see. Let's see. And let's go to where we have more lights. Without spoiling Let's Build. I'm looking forward to hypercannons and jetpack. I mean, I read somewhere that 20 is the default value that's shipped for Satisfactory or for Unreal Engine. Hello, Rock. For Satisfactory. Okay, because as far as I understood it, they have lowered it. Because when I turn it to 1.1, do I have any? No, I don't have a torch on. When I turn it to 1.1, it goes like I get more light. So is 20 like lowering the light? And what was your name? Dave's not here. Yeah, Dave's not here. You like the logistics floors? Here we go. Now we got some logistics floors. I have a logistics floor for my logistics floor. But yeah, let's test. I'm going to go there for a 1.1. Then look at... I can look up here. When it renders, the 1.1 gives like a decent amount of light. Don't forget to reload. Oh yeah. Technically, you don't have to reload. You just have to make it like re-render. So if you turn around and it stops rendering light, and then you turn back, it reloads the light source or re-renders the light source. So that works as well. But 1.1. I should save when I'm closer, right? Why are you angry? I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing mining your resources. I'm being nice. Boom, ba-doom, ba-doom. It's a 1.1 right now. So I'm gonna look at the value or the looks up here on the main like processing floor. I'm gonna look here what it looks like. Like there's a decent amount of light as far as I'm concerned. Like I have no torch on or anything. Like I still have a pretty... Those pillars look so futuristic. Nice. Yeah, thank you. Welcome to the White Gold Tower in 2024. No, but okay, so let's. Did I save? I'm gonna save again just in case. There we go. And I'm gonna try setting it to 20. There. Let's see what happens when I reload now. So with the lumen value now set, as you see, it's like way, way, way less. Or is that just me? What, like, because looking at the stream rendering and stuff, it looks pretty much like the same as it looks for me, which is like, this is dark. Yeah, so I'm gonna try something. If I crash, I crash. So if I set this to 0.8, and then I need to save first. Otherwise it doesn't save that setting. And then load. So now we're trying it at 0.8. See if we can get some proper lighting. Yeah, there's definitely more light now. Interesting. So the lower value equals more light. That's interesting. But Rock, where did we leave off? I was showing off the game to you. This, by the way, is like my big like centerpiece. I'm building cities. I'm gonna build like 4 cities in this playthrough. This being the first one called Clearhaven. And it's being powered by my tractor. Just chilling. It's 17:29. Give me a second. Can sit here and watch the trucks or tractors do their thing. I think the most tractors are over here, so you might see some shenanigans happening. But I need to go and start food. So I'll be back in a second. I have prepped, I just need to put it in the oven. So I will do... Mic will be off and camera will be off, but I'll be back in a minute. Alright. Then I'm back. So, Rock, are you still in the chat? Yes, sir. Back gaming now. Look at smart home stuff later. Yes. Okay, so Rock, my question to you is there something specific, based on what you've seen so far, that you would like to see more like details on, or for me to show off? Some of this stuff is like advanced build stuff, like how to make circles and stuff. And most of it doesn't like deal with like power plant. Yes. Oh yeah, that's what I needed to show you. I'm gonna start with the power plant for the starter factory, because that's the one you will have some version of first. And let me just... boop-a-doo. This is it. And I have started to like move this over. I have a new power plant. I don't want to spoil that for Let's Build. It's in the latest episode, in episode 6 of the Let's Play. But essentially, this is a biomass power plant that is set up with early game in mind, and in my case, also for like not having to think about it. Like I do one big gathering session, and I have enough material or enough like fuel to last my way all the way up until I get fully automated power, because you don't start out with automated power. When you've done the tutorial, you unlock these biomass burners, the ocean of machines I have over here. And I've basically just made, very simple, I've made the basic like manifolds that feeds the machines. There's 15 machines in each row. Each machine feeds, gives 30 megawatts. So over here is, what is it, 1350 megawatts total, like capacity. And I've specifically unlocked land clearance in the hub in tier, what is it, tier 2? Land clearance. Yep, optical clearing here. So I get the solid biofuel. Chainsaw makes it a lot easier to pick up all of the material, because it clears an area instead of just picking up one thing. And then I basically wondered, like, okay, how can I make it as painless as possible for myself, so I don't have to handcraft a bunch of solid biofuel and go through that whole process. So I basically made it so that I can just shove all the leaves I find into these containers, these 4 containers, and it will go over here and be split. So the, what is that? The first, I'm just looking at which one does what. Okay, yeah, the ones that are furthest away, these 2 containers are going into one constructor each, with 120 leaves per minute, making 60 biomass. I can minimize the stream so you can look at your power plant. Yes. Then, basically from here, I merge these onto a Mark II belt again, right? Because 120 is on the Mark II belt. So less belt equal better. So that biomass, same thing here, I have the second line for those 2 containers, doing the same thing, biomass. And then they go over here, merge up to one line, and they're brought into another set of constructors, making solid biofuel. And then I have a buffer container. There was another one on top here, but I have removed that. I've started to move over a lot of the biofuel to the new power plant. So that's how I deal with all the leaves I find when I'm out. But I also find wood when I'm out that I can turn into solid biofuel. Wood. Why is the production stationary? Because I have basically backed it up on purpose. Right now, the capacity, you see it has a production of 4,800 in my power network. But I have a capacity of 7,950. If I were to take and remove, let's see, where is that first connection? I need to find where it is so I can disconnect this specific power plant. I think it's this, right? Meaning, if I look at this, not a parkour pro. There we go. This is just this network with just these power plants. It is currently producing 2.4 megawatts right now. And that is like essentially like a faulty number. The actual number is 0. But the capacity here is how much they can burn. But they don't always burn at full blast. They only do what they need. And if you have a second power plant that is running, for example, my coal power plant, they don't run at all. They just stand here and you can see the burn is completely still. Otherwise, they burn 4 solid biofuel per minute. Hello. Oh! Hey. Empress is home. So they don't waste resources. So while the network doesn't need energy, they don't do anything. But essentially, if they run at full blast with solid biofuel, and this is why I'm using it, if you see here, you have different burn rates. And solid biofuel has the least. And if you take that compared to the stack size, where biomass, you can store, I think, 200 per stack, if I remember correctly. Just gonna check here, see. Yeah, 200. They are also 200, but because the burn rate is what it is, it's so much more efficient in terms of time. So a full stack, if you don't, like before 1.0, we didn't have input holes in the biomass burners. We have to manually put in the fuel. And a full stack can run for 50 minutes. So if I have a factory that needs, like a full line here uses 400 or produces 450 megawatts. So if I make a factory that needs 450 megawatts exactly, it's going to run for exactly 50 minutes and then it's going to die. Then it's out of fuel. By putting in a second line and a third line, I triple that time. So I have 150 minutes before it runs out of fuel. Meaning I can go for like almost 3 hours before I have to think about it. And then on top of that, because I have automated this and placed in these buffers, I have an additional like time before I have to care. So when I set this all up, I'm actually going to do this so I can show you proper. Having this mode on, like the advanced game settings, means I can't get any advancements, but it means I can do this so I can show proper what it looks like from top. So I've laid this out like a circuit board to make it really, really easy. So the foundations is just a PCB. But essentially, I've just made it so that all of these lines are fed and saturate like 3 lines fully and draw from each other. So the wood goes for the one furthest away, and then the 2 leaves go for the first and second, and then I have all the animal remains separated over here, where you have the hog remains goes in there, the spitter remains goes in there, hatcher remains goes in there, and then the spider or stinger remains goes in here. And then I have an additional one that is mycelia. And this one specifically, like I've turned this off because I don't need this and I want to save the mycelia for another project later. but the mycelia basically made what went down and was then stored. So I had one set of 60 per minute that uses the what's it called? That just yeah. How did you get the signs on the storage? Yeah, in the awesome shop. Oh no, wait, is it? I need to unlock it first in the MAM. So here, in quartz, once I have unlocked quartz and then this quartz crystal, in the MAM, it unlocks organization. Over here, it unlocks this stuff. The billboard, display sign, and label sign bundles. And that means I can go in here and go to organization, and I can pick whatever size sign I want. And if I place that on a wall of some kind, I get this, and I can just go in and say like, I actually want you to show, let's see, we can take the leaves, because that's what I'm putting in. I don't like the orange background, so I basically go for the colors here for this, and I just zero that, so I get that clear background. Boom, easy. And these, same with all the machines. You can use Control-C and then copy that setting over to any other sign. That is, in the signs case, it has to be exactly the same. So you can't put this on a different square sign that is smaller or larger. Has to be the exact same one. But you can do the same thing with your machines. You can go over to a machine. If you set up a big line and you have this recipe and you need to set this recipe for another 100 machines, and you can go in and just go like, no, I'm copying that and I'm putting that over here. And I remember I didn't tell you, I think you had when I talked about that, overclocking. This is an unlock in the MAM that you unlock by finding the power slugs. And you find them a little bit everywhere. But if you really have like trouble finding them, I think the biggest game changer for me was rebinding the copy paste to Alt left mouse button and Alt right mouse button. Man, that's nice. I think, yeah, I've rebound, so I have that as a macro key on my mouse. I have a gaming mouse. Let's see if I can show. Like this. It has 9 extra keys that I can use. So good. You can run and walk and use the copy paste. Yeah, I because of my time playing so many like first-person shooters and stuff like that, I pretty much have like my hands have a very easy time dealing with like pretty much everything on a normal QWERTY up until like QWERTY keyboard up until like half. I can pretty much hit everything in whatever combination, hold that down and still be able to move freely. But I started hurting my hand, so I got a mouse where I can just click with my thumb on 9 different keys instead. Copy paste. I don't have macro keys on my mouse, and the ones on my keyboard don't work with Satisfactory. Yeah, that sucks. But yeah, once you've found a couple of power slugs, rock, go in here, and you unlock the power shard with the blue one. Then go craft a power shard with a second blue one, and then go straight down here and use that power shard to unlock overclocking. Because that means that you can overclock and underclock your machines. You can overclock them up to 250%, and you can underclock them down to whatever you want. One, overclocking is not linear, it's a logarithmic increase in power consumption. Not in material consumption, just in the power consumption. For power generation, however, it's linear. So technically, if I wanted to, I could remove like half of these, put in 2 power shards into the machines, and overclock them by up to 200%, and save a lot of space, stuff like that. Especially since now in 1.0 you have pretty much infinite power shards. Especially with the like Somersloops and like advanced alien technology and stuff like that. You will unlock that later as well, like the dimensional depot. You will find stuff around. But once you have unlocked the power slugs, well, you will need to find a bunch of them to actually use the overclocking. Specifically overclocking. You don't need shards for the underclocking, just for the overclocking. And the underclocking, or for to find them, go and unlock this slug scanning. It doesn't need any more slugs, it's just like some basic materials. And it means that you can, I think I've put it in my, I have, there. The object scanner you get by unlocking the field research. And if you equip that, you can then hold down left mouse button, and you can switch to power slugs, and you can just walk around, and once you get within range of a power slug for this scanner or object detector, it will just like switch over and say like, whoa, 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 here's something close by, and you just like triangulate it and pick it up. Very nice way of exploring and finding those things. But yeah, overclocking, underclocking is super, super important, especially early game, to save on power. Let's see. I have no power. I've literally... I find it really funny because I have power slugs in here, but it doesn't detect them because I have picked them up and then put them down again. So I have my slug sanctuary in here, in my Hall of Legends, where I have my... That's my first YouTube member, Damn Carl. Shout out to you. And to Eric and 1777 is my first Patreon. That's really cool. Really happy about that. It's still kind of unreal to me. Another good way of finding slugs is the doggos. Lizard doggos are a great... There we go. A great tool. Just heading over. These guys, hello, can give you so valuable things. Like this is a like tier 7 or tier 8 item, I think. Let's see. Steel plates, that's a tier 3 item. And they give you this regardless of what you've unlocked. Earlier you said that you can cut trees and grass. Do they regrow after time? The grass can do if you don't cut the trees. If you cut grass and trees, nothing grows back. So that's something to keep in mind as well. Turbo motors, that's a tier 8 item, if I remember correctly. Screws being super basic. Hog remains. Just because of that, I'm getting no slugs. I don't want biomass on me. I don't care about that. Modular frames, yeah. So, essentially you can find all of the power slugs by the doggos here. So, I've picked up some when I've been out and collecting, and I've been doing exploration and stuff. But, like, I had this amount, and I hadn't picked up... I think I had picked up like 10 slugs total from the ground. The rest the doggos had found for me. Am I also worthy to have a nameplate in your hall? I have specifically put that as a only for YouTube members and Patreons, as a shout out thing for going like above and beyond. They're putting down money to support me specifically. Like with the monetization and subscription and stuff like that, I am now making money, which is like blowing my mind every single time I think about it for 2 seconds. But that is like the advertisers technically on YouTube paying me that money through YouTube. YouTube takes, I think, like 55%, something like that. And then based on like my niche and stuff, which in gaming is like not very valuable, I get like RPM, which is revenue per mil per 1,000 views, and that is not very much. And the members and Patreons go above, way above that RPM in terms of like how much they affect. So to really show my appreciation, I make sure to put them on signs and shout them out as often as I can. Because down the line, no matter what happens, like ads will be paying money, but it won't be stable. For example, January is a pretty much like the projected revenue for January for YouTubers are pretty much zero, because advertisers just don't advertise during that month. Which is also why a lot of YouTubers take a vacation during January. I might even do that myself, depending on how I'm feeling and stuff like that. I make these videos because it's fun. But if I can't find another job, then this is my only job. Yeah, pretty much. Like, long-winded answer, but I hope that gives you a good answer. Let's build. Like, I don't want to like shut you out or feel like you're not appreciated, because like you've been here and supported and really like stepped up in terms of the community and keeping the Discord alive and stuff. I think that's the best way to put it. I really appreciate you guys. I wouldn't be here in the first place if it wasn't for the like subscribers. That makes sense. I just it's a weird thing. Like, psychologically, I have to think about what I do so that people feel like what they do to support is actually worth it. And when you give money, it has to be something extra. Otherwise, I would put I would literally make like that entire spire would just be every single subscriber I have. Makes sense. I'm more like the community member thingy. Yeah, exactly. And I still have a doggo. That's my first dog. Empress named that one on stream. That one here. Picky Eater, you named this one. I still have that. So I still have like, I'm still going to rename the dogs after time, but I would rather find more doggos and have like an army of like 50 doggos instead of like renaming specifically the ones that you guys have named here on stream. Does that make sense? But yeah, I was gonna show Rock something over here. Yeah, so once I built all of this, I basically went on a 3.5 hour, like, let's go. What is it? Chainsaw. There. Can't put it directly in. I can throw you out, but I want to have you there. And I need fuel. Thank you. So once you have this... be careful though with the number. I have heard that too many doggos prevent hostile mobs from spawning. Why do I have 3 rebar guns? It's so I don't have to reload. It's how I'm semi-automatic. Is I fire... switch, fire, switch, fire. That's 3 shots. I'm just gonna do a save and reload, so... because there's a glitch when I'm using flight mode and the parachute, where it just like removes visible things. There we go. Nice change though. So when I'm using this, I just go up for like 3 hours and just go up to trees. And for you, Rock, if you're like want to keep some environments for whatever reason, you can just go like this. Let's see. And do that in the areas that you don't want to keep. Or don't care about, or you know you're gonna put down foundations. So you can see like it removes areas where you can switch to single mode and just take out a single tree without hitting everything else. But it's very easy to just clean up. And you get quite a bit. So like this here, like 60 of these turns into 300 biomass. So you can get quite a lot from it. But you have certain areas. Let's see if I still have some of that juicy goodness down here. Enough. Let's see if I can hover down. Remember that these places also tends to have a lot of spiders. Well, there we go. If you can cut this up, you get a lot of wood, because there is a lot of this stuff stuck to the walls. Which is just clean wood, and you can get like stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks of wood by just like cleaning this mess up. No CCG. But yeah, in terms of the doggos, be careful with the number. I have heard that too many doggos prevent hostile mobs from spawning. Yes, but only in that area, not for the entire world, if I've understood it correctly. I mean, I might be wrong on that note. I might be completely wrong on that. Like, correct me if I am wrong. But yeah, like 3.5 hours, something like that, of like collecting leaves, wood, all that stuff, should be enough. If you also combine that with killing everything in sight that is not an alpha, because if you don't have experience in the game, fighting alpha, that's a sulfur node by the way. If you don't have experiences fighting alphas early on in the game, those are just gonna kill you. You're not gonna like kill them. You're like, they heal very quickly when you're out of the area as well, so they will just kill. I'm not sure myself, but I have read some Reddit posts saying people realized they didn't get any hogs on Speeder at all after some time. Yeah, something that I have learned with the Satisfactory community, and not just the Satisfactory community, it's like gamer communities in general. But something that I have learned is that they very quickly default to something's wrong with the game, rather than like, to put it crassly, like this is a skill issue, or this is a like they haven't actually checked out outside of their own area. Because like, remember, the map, while it is like looks big and wow, awesome, and like all that kind of stuff, it is actually sectioned into 15 massive chunks. And new fauna, also animals, mobs, doesn't spawn in unless you leave that area and come back. So keep that in mind, that like animals will stop spawning, and because the spawns are calculated on that area by itself. So if they've just gone like, oh, it's not spawning here, and then like they run over to like over there, that platform, and then ran back, and it's like, hey, they haven't spawned. You're too close. You need to run further. So the same thing goes with the pipes. Like 99% of all people saying like, hey, this is bugged with the pipes is not bugged. It's just a skill issue. It's people using the pipes wrong. And that is not on them. That is the game not teaching them, and the pipes being needlessly complicated. So that's like a criticism for the game. One of the few I have, right? But yeah, that's what it is. That's what I would put. Say. So like, I would take it with a grain of salt if there isn't like a full-on breakdown of like what they've tested. Like, this was my troubleshooting process, and they still didn't work. And that troubleshooting process includes, I went to the other side of the map and came back. or even better, I went to the other side of the map, saved the game, then reloaded the game, loaded back in to there, and then went back, and they still haven't spawned. Okay. It might also be that they have literally taken power poles with them, because if you have powers with you, or you bring power into a area within that area, is also like a what's it called? That area becomes spawn safe, so it stops, like it turns off all the mob, because like as you can see, I've put power here now. Even if I had put miners, if they aren't powered, the animals would still spawn here, the hogs would still spawn. Some of the animals don't care about this, such as our favorite burbs and beans. They don't care, they spawn either way. But the hostile mobs, they will stop spawning if you have power in the area or a certain number of foundations. Let's Build says, yeah, the more I experiment with the pipes, the more I say, if my machines gets all the fluid they need, that's enough. Close the flow rate indicators sometimes make absolutely no sense whatsoever. Exactly. Which is also why it's so important that you saturate your system before you start it. Unless it's a recycling system for like an aluminium line, or like more advanced up in like tier 9 and stuff. Then definitely there can be some like shenanigans going on where you need to perfectly load balance and then start them at the same time for it to actually function. But yeah, essentially kill all of the stuff you can find. They are around the same place as all the nodes. Where's my third one? Thank you. Oh, third one was over here. There we go. And... gotta run for about 30 minutes. If you're still online, I would rejoin the team. Yeah, I'm gonna be online for another 2 hours, give or take. I'm gonna do a pause in about, let's see, I'm just gonna look at... In about half an hour, 40 minutes, give or take. And then I pause for 15 minutes and eat, and then I'm gonna be back and I'm gonna stream. Yeah, so in 2 hours the stream ends. So you're welcome to rejoin at any point. But yeah, I'm basically like, I have to really consider what because I'm doing an updated video on the fluid dynamics that I released like, what is now, 2.5 months ago, 3 months ago, something like that. I have to really think about how I talk about the problems there, because people generally talk about them as bugs. They like refer to them as bugs with the pipes, where it's literally just like, that's not a bug, that's a skill issue. That is, you don't know how they work because the game doesn't teach you how they work. And logic says head lift is there, flow rate is there from the extractor. Yes, I have all the like water I need. Now it should work. Logic dictates that. The actual in-game mechanics does not. There is still more to do with the pipe to make it work. But you know that, having like messed around with pipes for so long. But most of the community goes, nope, that's a bug. It didn't immediately work when I plugged it in. That's a bug. I have tried replacing the pipes. It's still not working. That's a bug. Yeah, it's because you made the same mistake again. Like, if you're consistently doing the same thing and consistently get the same problems, either you are very good at reproducing bugs or you're doing something wrong. And bugs are notoriously individual. Like, they pop up for some people, they don't pop up for others. And part of the determination for whether or not it's a bug or it's a feature is how consistent is it. So is it something everyone needs to do? That's a feature, not a bug. That's how the code works. That's how the game works. And a lot of this comes straight from the mouth of Snut himself when it comes to the pipes. So that's something to keep in mind. One thing I will definitely try to make is to make multiple pipes between refinery manifolds, so I don't have a single bottleneck pipe, even though one pipe would have enough capacity. I would say yes. That is, running it like that means you can't have flow rate issues unless you have to put in pumps, valves, or junctions. Because most of the problems people have with their flow rate and getting that to like a stable place and working is when they have to work with like manifolds within their liquid systems. That is where most of the problems arise from. As far as I've understood it. Taylor Fenton, welcome to the stream. Just saw your video on coal power. Awesome designs, man. Thank you. You're talking about this coal power, or are you talking about the beginner one? I've made two. The one I tore down in the episode 6, or the one I built in episode 2. Yes, the new one. Okay, yeah. I would go in and like showcase some of the details I really like, but Let's Build haven't seen the episode, so I don't want to spoil him. I want to give him the chance to experience it for himself. I've shown him this. I'm like, actually probably one of my favorite details with the entire factory exterior, at least, is this, like the logistics on the back here, like the intakes. Is so nice. I love it. Have you played the game for long? Like you're new to the game, or like to 1.0, or have you played like pre 1.0 as well? I'm kind of scared it will look way better than mine, and then I will somehow feel sad about mine. Like I've played for around like 400 hours. Okay, yeah. So you are like at the end point of what you would consider like a beginner, based on what I have learned, like from the game. A flicker from beyond. Hello, fellow pioneers. Hello. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? But yeah, like the about it looking better than yours, I think that number one, I refer you to the video that I made, where it's like, don't compare yourself to the content creators. Like, you have, how many hours do you have in your save right now? It's like, what, 50, 60? Like, I have more than twice that in this save. And I, like, this factory in and of itself, like, this power plant by itself has taken like 20 hours to build. And there's like, before 1.0 even dropped, I spent probably, what might it have been? Outside of the game, I probably spent 10, 15 hours actually looking at like reference images and stuff. Freak from Beyond said, good, just filled my belly and I'm about to jump into my own session. How are you? I am doing fine. I'm super happy. I've reached 100,000 subscribers. I'm fully monetized. I like it's breaking my brain. Like I said this before. Like every single time I stop to think about it for more than a second, like I just go like, really, me, like me. You don't know that there are people like Fluxo and like Total Eclipse and Bits and I'm Kibitz out there. Why the crap would you look at my stuff? Like that's my reaction. So yeah. But then at the same time, like I do enjoy the game. I do enjoy making the videos, and I see that people enjoy them. So like I'm not gonna question that. I'm gonna keep making the videos. Hello, Timon564WS. Do you have a easier way? Can I just call you T-Man? Is that okay? And I call Flicker from Beyond. Can I just call you like Beyond or Flicker? Is that okay? I can call you T-Man. Yes. Very, very nice to have more people in the stream. Flicker works? Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, I asked Taylor before, and he said he's played the game for around 400 hours. How are you when it comes to like 1.0? Are you new to the game, or have you played pre like 1.0? So many people I haven't seen before. Yeah. We're getting a crowd here now. I love it. I'm just running around here like picking up leaves because it's something to do while I'm chatting with you guys. I also don't necessarily want to... I have 1,550 hours, give or take. And I'm racking up currently, because of making videos and stuff, I'm racking up something like 50, 60 hours every week, give or take, in the game. Each Let's Play episode in the Ultimate Let's Play series takes about 20 hours to make. May have played an hour or two, said Flicker. I mean, you're in the right place. Do you have any questions about the game? Something that you've run into that was like, yeah, this is like weird for me. Don't really understand it. What do I need to focus on? Do you have something that you would like to have insight on? Because I've already done this walkthrough of the starter factory with Rock. Taylor said, oh god, well, that's my lot. My most played game on Steam only has around 450 hours, and that's Terraria. I think my most played game on Steam is Stellaris, where I have like... I gotta check, I don't want to lie here. Let's see, what does Stellaris say? Stellaris says I have played for 3,800 hours. Tippy C2, 805 hours here. Nice. Listening in the background while I play. I hope my voice isn't, like, annoying to you. To be honest, I played a lot, but I ran into a, wait for it, fluid issue recently, said Flicker. I wouldn't still be listening if it was. Thank you. Yeah, I have 21 hours. I'm working on tier 2, but it is pretty hard. Do you mean for the space elevator? Like setting up the steel, advanced steel and stuff? So my question to Flicker would be, what fluid issue do you have? Like, is it not feeding your machines properly, or? Nice words. Thank you. They were inspired by a mix from a channel called Raylene Gaming and what's it called? Kinstruction. They basically inspired this. I wanted to have something that was like extra engineered, over-engineered, that fit well with my central processing complex. If you ever get stuck on calculations, team, and use Satisfactory calculation or tools. Yes, exactly. Pre-planning, just even if it's just like a small thing you have on the like second monitor, or like on a browser tab or something like that, helps a lot. Even if like not everything works perfectly right now, you get some weird recipe recommendations from Satisfactory Calculator specifically. It doesn't really deal with like byproducts and stuff like that really well, or yeah, if you have multiple alternatives for recipes. For example, if you're making biomass, it is constantly picking make biomass out of animal protein or alien protein. Meanwhile, you have leaves, wood, yeah, the alien protein, of course, and then you have all of the like mycelia and stuff like that that you can also make into biomass. So, Taylor says tools is really good because it has a maximize feature. I mean, also my game runs at 20 FPS with a lot of lag spikes, but that's a me issue. Okay, you're playing the game on a potato? Or are you trying to play it with Lumen on without having like a 3060 or better? My graphics card? Oh, it spilled a little bit. Laptop with no GPU, so just ouch. Is that with FSR? Asks Taylor. Ooh, that's gonna, yeah, that's really gonna struggle. I would basically go in. You probably have done this already, but I would turn off anything that is, like specifically, like using the graphics card, like all the advanced stuff. I would set to low and really like. It's a frame rendering thing for AMD graphics cards. So you get extra frames. You get a little bit of like latency, but you get more FPS instead. The generators just stopped receiving water after the pipes were upgraded, even though it worked fine before. Okay, you upgraded the pipes from the Mark 1 to the Mark 2, or... Well, it's an i3, so I can't use that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. What you then do is you need to resaturate your pipes. So essentially, go back to the like generators. You did. Okay, you so you made sure that it could not receive any coal, and then you let it saturate, and then you started back up once both the machines and all the pipes were also full. Or did you just wait for the machines to get full? It just wasn't sending water up to the generators. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go into flight mode. I'm gonna do like here's my process. This is like I'm making a video right now. I've scripted it like today, and this is basically what I do for troubleshooting. I'm trying to get a $1,000 PC. It has a 3060 and a Ryzen 7 on PC Part Picker. Very nice. That's pretty much what I have. You can look in the description for the specific parts that I have, and I'm running with like this quality, and I have Lumen on. So, are you using floor holes? Yes, exactly. Be sure sometimes they stop all water flow. Yes. So, there are multiple different issues that can happen. One of them is if you have a pipe that is running like this, and you're like, okay, I need a pump. And you take the pump and go like this, you have just caused a problem for yourself. Because it's not done yet. This generator is now calculated as a pipe here, generator, and pipe here. But at the same time, sometimes the game calculates it as there is just one solid pipe. Because if I remove this, it turns back into one solid pipe. So the game remembers that it used to be that. So what you need to do to avoid that, because this can cause throttling on itself, you take away the pipes again, then you do this, so that now you see they are actually two separate pipes. So if I were to remove this, there is like an actual hole here. That helps a lot. By going through and making sure that you have that fixed. I had that problem when I was building this. That's one of the fixes that I had to do. But essentially, focus on a single line. And like instead of trying to figure out 20 pipes, like I have 12 pipes here. I'm not going to try and figure out 20 pipes. I'm going to pick like this pipe only. I'm going to figure out why that one isn't running. And I will go here and I will look like, okay, are the pipes, it's that pipe here, so I'm gonna check, is the pump fixed? Yep, that's fixed. They aren't like meeting in the middle. The pump is running. And I will also check, if I put this here, does the like head flow run so that I actually have a pump close enough to it that it keeps going up? Do you know why it would cause a throttling issue? Essentially because it's like flickering between calculating the flow rate for like a solid pipe or for a pump. So it's like, no, pump has 0 water, it's all going through the pipe. No. There's a pump, not full pipe, put it through the pump. And it just flickers back and forth through that. So it also affects performance negatively. And does that also apply to junctions placed on an existing pipe? Exactly. Anything that you can place on an existing pipe can cause that problem. So junctions, valves, pumps, yeah, whatever it is. On top of that, what they mentioned before, floor holes. If you have used floor holes, sometimes, especially if they're involved in blueprints, yes, it's super lame. And as far as I understood, it is something they are working on. Like, they have done some stuff. They have applied a fix for the floor hole and wall hole problem, where you can get like completely just it doesn't recognize that there is a pipe on the other side of the wall, like floor hole. So over here, I have these as a decorative element, but they're only here because if I aim at this to remove it, as you can see, it actually recognizes it as a full pipe. If it doesn't, that means that one side of the pipes is like not actually mechanically connected to the floor hole. If that's the case, you need to remove the floor hole and put it back. So you need to remove the entire pipe, floor hole, pipe above, put back in floor hole, and then put pipe back, and then pipe back. Yeah, I avoid floor holes like plague, at least functionally. Just put it in after. Yeah. You put it, like, you nudge it in place after. Yeah, that's really good. That's what you should do if you're using them. I have put them here because they worked for me, so I'm just using them. They didn't work over on that end, so I'm not using them. And I've basically grabbed like a single pipe here, gone through and found like, why did that? Because this specific one had like a problem in here, where it just didn't pump. This top pipe did not pump. So I was like, how do I fix that? Yeah, well, I looked over here, saw that, hey, this is the section not getting water. The section out here is getting water. I'm just gonna check the floor, like the wall hole, is it actually like connected through? So once I replaced this and the pipe on the inside as well, it started working. All of this is like stuff I'm gonna make like a proper, like, here's like fluid dynamics, all the parts you use, what they do and how to use them. And then there is like a troubleshooting, like the second half of that video is going to be just troubleshooting. It's going to be like everyone can go here and like go through this checklist to fix their flow rate issues kind of video. It's an update to an older video that I made, where I made that video and literally released it and then like watched it after I released it to like look at my own work and see if I could get better, and realized I need to make this video again because I have missed a bunch of stuff and I misspoke on a bunch of stuff and I was just plain wrong on some stuff. So I need to remake the video. So that new video is coming out on Tuesday. But yeah, essentially, it's so infuriating on the dev streams when they say there are no bugs with pipes when there clearly are. I mean, there are bugs. I'm not saying there aren't bugs, but a lot of the time, I also see people talking and they go like, these bugs, like, these pipes are bugged, and then they show what they've done and you're like, they haven't put in a pump where they should have. They have, essentially, they haven't let their system saturate so that you have a bunch of slushing in the pipes back and forth. Because the slushing in the pipes, mechanically, and I know that like people are like very much on this point, but it does work this way, very clearly so. If you have a pipe that goes like this, or I can show you like in game instead, I think that's a lot easier. I have the actual game here. This is my whiteboard. If you have a pipe that goes like this, right? And water comes in from this end, and it flows towards this end. And let's say that, let's see, where do I have you? It's over here. I have a junction here, and then another pipe that goes off here. Even if I remove this, right? This here now, this end, is considered a stop. Like this is like and this is an end to a pipe over here. And the problem that this causes, like I can just replace this just to be extra anal about it. But essentially this stop, if you have 300 cubic meters per minute coming in here, like a full Mark 1 pipe, and then only 50 of that is used in this direction, that's gonna be fine, only because you have such a massive overproduction of water or over input of water. Because the rest of the water is going to hit this end and bounce back. Because there is something called water hammering or flow hammering in like real life as well, in sewers and stuff like that. And we don't like that. And the best way to deal with that in the game is to just make sure that there's no actual end to the pipe. So by doing this, on any pipe that like has an end, you make sure that you have done this, like replace the pipes, and then you can take from here, if you want to, you can just go like this. Now there's no end. There's no end to the pipe. And if you want to make it a little bit more aesthetic, like a little bit more aesthetically pleasing, here. This is now your manifold setup. Ta-da! There's no end to the pipe. The second it should have hit here, it's gonna turn, and it's gonna turn, right? But this one has an end. There's a machine here. There's a theoretical machine here. But this one just goes back. Whoop. And to really, if you really don't want to cause any problems for yourself, if you like really want to make this easy, like this here is especially important for stuff like fuel generators and stuff like that. But like it doesn't matter so much for the coal generators, because the best thing you can do for coal generators, skip this part, and all you gotta do is don't start the machines until every single pipe is completely saturated with water. Once they are completely full, then and only then do you start sending in the coal. So if you have, like for this, I waited, and I kid you not, I waited almost 50 minutes for this to completely saturate before I started the machines, to just prevent issues. The final thing that I can say is if it says like, hey, I think I've put, so each of these machines now has an output of 240 per minute. Lol, yeah, 50 minutes for about all that sound, or for all that sounds about right. Yes, exactly. So right now these are sending out 240 per minute, which means that none of these pipes are 100% like used capacity. And this is exactly like on the dot how much is used for each machine, like for each line. Each line uses what is it now, 720 cubic meters per minute, and it works because of how they're divided, where you have like one coming in on one end, one feeding in the middle, and one feeding on the far end. Because of that it works. Otherwise they would like get full and it wouldn't fulfill the machines properly. But what I then would do, if I had any issues with the actual flow rate in the system, I would go in. Let's see if I can have. Can I get those? Yeah. I would go in and I would go like this. I would blast it at 300 for each. I would go like, I don't care. These pipes are gonna be full. Because water is free. Like, you're not gonna run out of water. There is not a finite amount of water on the map. If there's a finite amount of water on the map, you are building bigger than I'm Kibitz and Popcac. Like, you are going too big. Because, like, I don't know where you've started on the map, but not as big as Blandrew, though. No. Oh, was it him who who covered the entire map in concrete? Like, he built up and he had a platform of concrete that covered the entire map? But depending on where you start, you have literal oceans of water. I'm not sure, but I believe it if it did. Yeah, he did it on live streams as well, like, to really show off that, hey, I actually did this. Started in Northern Forest? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, like, there's some really impressive projects and stuff out there, but yeah, like, just going out here. The 6 iron nodes is the location of my main base. The one down here on the side. Because there's a couple of places with 6 iron nodes. But you're talking about you're on the grassy fields. I started in Northern Forest. Okay, then I know exactly where you are. Yeah. Okay, yep. That was my top ranked starting position pre 1.0. Sleepy Bear said, I spent one full day of runtime to let the compacted coal manifold from my 32 refineries to be able to work fully for turbo fuel and let the system start while it was filling up. So that's why the long time. Turbo fuel and fuel generators in general are a pain because they kind of work like sinks. They can't be overflown. They can't get completely saturated like that way because of how they function, and it's I hate it. One of the good things with that, though, is that you can use fuel generators to sink any excess liquids that is fuel, which is really good. But yeah, let's see. How far out can you build? You can build quite a bit. Northern Forest. So that means that your closest water source is either this lake here, this inlet, or out in the ocean over here. Load balancing is the way. Yeah, I'm going both directions on that. Like, if manifolds or load balancing like is the best option. I think it's so situational. I think that's the best way. I would say, like, oh, there we go. That's the build limit. Do you think you can fit enough water extractors here? I have a feeling. Also where the 3 oil nodes are. Ah, okay. Then you are over, let's see. Where would that be? That's over here then. So you're up on this ridge. Because the 3 oil nodes are over here, if I remember correctly. Yeah. A couple, yeah. So generally, if you, like, there's the same thing. People are going like, there's not enough water in the Dune Desert. Have you have you taken a little bit of a look east? There's an ocean. You have infinite water. You have no problem with water whatsoever. If you think you got problem with water, you just didn't take a look east. Actually, the hardest place to get water on the map, if you look on the, if you take a look on the map, the hardest place on the entire map to get water, it's not out here, because you have water, you can just pull that straight in. You have water over here, you have water here, you have water here. Like, you have a bunch of water. The hardest place to actually get water to move any decent like place is over here. That's the reality of it. Grass fields, as like beginner friendly as it looks, it is the hardest location in the game to start at. You have the least amount of pure nodes, which means that you need to use more miners and more power because of that, which means that you need to have more biomass burners. Look at those itty bitty ponds, so refreshing. Yes, an itty bitty pond over here. Like, one of the best places to start, if you are actually like wanting to start in the grass fields, either start over here where we're at right now, because that's a pure limestone node. Like, over there is a pure limestone node. Then you have what is it? One of them is invisible, but there is an invisible oh, if they haven't removed, no, there it is. There's an invisible iron node here. I meant the ones in the grass fields. Yeah. But one invisible pure iron node there, and then you have another pure iron node over there, pure iron node over there. So that's 3 pure iron nodes, 2 pure limestone nodes, and then over here you have a pure copper node. What the hell? On top of that, I think I need to actually do this. Yeah, it's one of the best spots in the game. It's like straight up for like the starter factory. Yep, there we go. So you have sulfur up here. I started at negative 35, 355, and negative 1336. That could have been 1337, CP Bear. What are you doing? Where would that be? 335, and then 1336. Where would that be exactly? 1 3 3 6 1. Oh yeah, you started in the hole. 4 pure iron and 2 pure copper. Oh, that's nice. But yeah, like, that's one really good starting position. Or did I go the wrong direction with the... How about no? I built my world HQ in the last playthrough over this hole. So I put my space elevator and stuff there just under the thing. Let's see. Are we looking at it being this negative? Negative 1336. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. I always same thing when I'm playing like Minecraft. Good start in Rocky Desert 2 was there in my save just before 1.0. Yeah, Rocky Desert is really good as well. It's even better now. It's probably the best starting location in the game, unless you want to build everything with iron, then Dune Desert. Let's see. Okay, you're out here. Yeah, that makes sense. That's a good place. That's a good spot. That's about the same spot that Let's Game It Out started in his new save. More to the left, but almost, yeah. Yeah. I'm there too. Yeah, it's a really good starting location. I had my world HQ over here in the 1.0, or before the 1.0. Like, it was a circle platform here. And I had like all my space elevator parts along this. And I had like a big train station that came out like across this location. But generally, this, like, the two best locations to start if you're like in the fields, in the grassy fields, is if you want to be in the grassy fields. It's over where I started. That's the absolutely best position here because it has the most nodes close by for the starter factory. And coal and stuff, so you can make steel relatively easy without having to pull a bunch of long buses and stuff. But other than that, I just went out. Like if I were to go with a more advanced start, which isn't like as focused on education, I would probably start over by the like closer to the Blue Crater Lake over here. Because as you can see, I have the sulfur, there's a bunch of coal, I have quartz down there, so I have all of the good stuff. There should be a Caterium node here around here as well. But then I have a bunch of iron nodes over there. There's copper nodes as well, just up the hill, I think. Yeah, there should be copper nodes like somewhere close by as well. So there's like a ton. Like this is the most powerful location if you want to be close to the grass fields, but not necessarily in the grass fields. Definitely, because it like sets you up with the oil as well, so you can literally make your way all the way up through. I would say probably you can probably finish phase 3 without leaving Blue Crater Lake. Is my like estimate. Blue Crater is pretty OP. No surprise you see all the big content creators making their fuel generation. Yeah, there is actually only 3 like big like oil fields in the game. So all the content creators are going to make their stuff in one of those 3 locations. You're gonna see them make it either out here in Blue Crater Lake. They're going to make it over here on the like what's it called, Golden Beach, or they're going to make it up here on Spire Coast. I made mine last season for me in the beginner's guide let's play that I did for update 8. It was up here in Spire Coast. Like the real challenge, what you really, if you really want to challenge yourself, build your starter factory in Blue Crater or in Spire Coast. Because there is... I'm building my mega factory up north there where you said, with a buddy. Yeah. Because I think that you can probably pull in about 4,800 cubic meters of oil here without using any of the wells. You can only the nodes. Shipping everything by train. Yeah. But essentially, like if you really want to challenge yourself, build your starter base like out here on the far end of the Spire Coast. If you really want to challenge yourself. Because there is nothing except oil in the Spire Coast. And pretty much, like, I would say a solid 75% of all enemies there are alphas. So, yeah. My dinner's done, so I will be back in 15 minutes when I have eaten. I'm gonna pause now. I'm going to just set myself up here so you guys can take a look at the trucks driving around. Or actually, I'm gonna go sit on this boy. Here, you can get the scenic view. Yeah, you actually do. You have, if I remember correctly, you have pretty much within, I think, a kilometer, you can get something like 2,400, what's it called? Sulfur. And there are a ton of coal. Did the cushion burn down or was it order food? No, Empress didn't cook, so nothing's burned down. But yes, I will leave you guys with the cinematic view here. And go take a little bit of a dinner break. and I'll be back in like 15, maybe 20 minutes, depending on how warm the food is, and I don't want to burn myself. I'll be right back. Really good hanging out with you guys so far, so I hope you're here when I get back. Wait a minute. Damn it. I fell off the moth. I was gonna give you guys a cinematic review here, but I guess the moth. Death could use some company, lol. Yeah. He can join my world. He can be my sidekick. Oh. Let's just stand over here and look at some trucks running on. There we go. Is that okay? There we go. Now I'm gonna eat. There we are. I'm back. How are people doing? Let's see. I don't have any lasagna in my beard. Looks good. Oh yeah, this is where we were. What have people been talking about? What have people been recapping? Or rather, can someone recap what chat has been talking about? Did you try to rebel? Again? What I'm thinking is I'm going to just... I'm gonna chat with you guys. Talking about generators. Okay. I'm thinking I'm just gonna keep chatting with you guys. I'm having a really good time. So I'm just gonna go and drop off some stuff, and I'm gonna go and go search for a few Mercer Spheres and Somersloops, because I need for a few more of those. Okay, there we go. Oh, no, I don't have this again. Awesome. Yeah. Save. Load. This is what happens when I'm using flight mode and the what's it called? Parachute at the same time. So let's just do this. Turn off flight mode. And switch over to the right kind of tools over here. What do I not need in my inventory right now? I don't really need you, so bye-bye. 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 Throwing out a bunch of stuff. There we go. Oh, that's full again. Perfect. And I'm gonna save you guys over here. You go in there. You guys go into the dimensional depot. I just love that mechanic. Like, has anyone in chat been messing around with the dimensional depots? What do you guys think about it? Because I adore it. Dimensional Depot is S-tier addition to the game. Yeah. Nice, but I want a box that I can take out, so Wi-Fi transfer from A to B on machines. I mean, I can understand why it would be a desirable feature. I also think that it is kind of game-breaking. I don't really think that it... Because, like, here's the thing. I'm thinking just of a... Like, from a game design perspective. I'm thinking about what would happen to past technologies. Yeah, I'm thinking about, like, past technologies in the game. Here's the thing. No matter how far into the game you go, a biomass burner is still generating power, and it's still relevant as emergency power backup. It still plays a role in the game. But if you have something like remote transfer rather than remote storage, I think the problem would be that you make, like, vehicles, conveyor buses and stuff like that. I think you make that entire, like, logistics hierarchy. Like, once you unlock that, you're just gonna go back and just like, no more train, no more trucks, no more whatever. I'm just gonna put this in. And I think that part kind of like would never. do you never say it is game breaking, or do you mean that it is like you never said it isn't game breaking? Just so like I'm clear, so I don't misunderstand you. Okay, I can put you in now. I know it is game breaking. Okay, yeah. No, sorry. I just want to be clear, like, so I don't accidentally, like, respond wrong. But yeah, like, I think that remote transfer is best saved for mods, to be honest, because they would also have to kind of make a use case scenario where. How do I put this? Everything in the game plays a role, and if you you make it relevant to the game by constructing like theoretical and practical testing of like use case scenarios, and like a tractor has a use case scenario throughout the game. So does the truck, so does the drone, so does the like all that kind of stuff. But in my opinion, by the time you would like logistically, like balanced unlock this, it would be tier 9. Like it would be up here. In like all the way up here. And at that point, you pretty much already have or need to have a pretty significant like logistics network around the world to bring in all the resources to make everything. And I don't necessarily think that remote transfer is like needed at that point. Like if you've built a logistics system that can build everything you need to complete phase 4, yeah, you have logistics. You have big logistics. You have a look. Jeff Bezos would be proud of you, logistics. You have American military level logistics. What is it? They can put a Burger King anywhere in the world within 90 minutes or something like that? That is some chunky logistics. Just making sure that I don't have anything on me that is like a collectible. Good, that means I can count properly. And let's input you. I don't need you, but I do need my object scanner. Oh. And I know that I have cleared out this biome entirely. So, because I double checked that on Satisfactory calculator beforehand. And I essentially need to find around like 5 Mercer Spheres. No, I need more. I need 10 Mercer Spheres, 5 Somersloops. That's the number. There we go. So it's like... I find it weird. Like, I would love to have, like, more. Like, I do know that we get the personnel teleporter in Tier 9. Like, you will be able to teleport yourself in Tier 9. I know that much. But... outside of that... You know what a feature I would really love to have in Satisfactory is? Like, early game. That would be like a small, dumb thing. That you can unlock kind of like... now, that you can like power with coal. Is a... not a jetpack, but a like boost pack. You know how we have the Blade Runners and they can boost us so we can jump a little bit extra? But I would love to have something that like eats coal, and we're looking like it immediately burns like a full stack of coal level of usage. Or maybe not that much, but like it is fuel heavy, and it's literally just something that where we go and we jump, and then we can do like a double jump. as a extra like traversal thing before we can unlock the jetpack. So instead of having like the full like jetpack experience of like being able to burst around, you kind of have like this, and then you boom, and you burst, and you kind of like blast off, and do like a similar height jump again. I haven't gone this direction before. Let's double check. Nothing here. If I remember correctly, before 1.0 there was a Somersloops around here, so I'm interested in that. Oh, yep. Yep. Somersloops. It's almost like I played the game before. And is it gonna be underneath or up top? Like, I literally don't remember. So let's just blow everything up and check it out. I can hear it. There we go. A sloop. And do we have something else close by? There are, of course, power slugs. There's always power slugs. Here we go. Chiquita. Mercer Sphere. Somersloops. That's an alpha. No, it's not. It's good. Their AI is super good here. Awesome. I feel challenged. See. Nothing yet. Let's just make sure everything's reloaded this time. Reload you. Reload you. Reload you. Everything's reloaded. Hello. There we go. Boom. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. You die. We need you. And we need you over there. More bacon agaric. Dun, dun, dun. Hello, I am here to set fire to the world. Ooh. Scaredy hog, yes. I just kind of want to make sure that there's no monsters hiding. Bean doesn't count. It doesn't look like it. Hello? No monster? There we go. I need circuit boards. There we go. Because doggos deliver. The doggo meta is real. What do we have here? I want some of you. And let's... I saw rubber over here. What more do we have? Stators. Quick wires. More computer. Oh, I'm stuck with the leaves. They are full up. Let's put you in. Start stacking up. I think that was it here. And then double check our Mercer Sphere. Oh, here. A Sphere of the Mercer. Where are you? This direction. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Nope. Oh, 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 oh. Gotcha. I do not have you, though. I will need to blow you up. Oh, there we go. Am I just blind? Oh, it hit me. Damn it. I wanted to sneak up on you. Let's heal. And do this. Because why would I risk? Oh, nice throw. There we go. Perfect. That damn spitter messed up my sneak attack.
Strand of the tapestry.
There we go. And let's make sure we reload. And all of our weapons. Did I reload you? No, I didn't. I was too fast. I did a Counter-Strike 1.6 reload there, that didn't work. What do we have? No Mercer, no Somersloops. Let's double check. A double pack, I haven't been up there. Right now I'm literally like looking at the Satisfactory calculator map. Check where they are. Oh, that's a cliff hog. We're healing up. And we are grabbing our kaboom. That is not a scaredy hog, that's an angry hog. Very angry hog. There we go. Now you. Another hog. And hog. There's a bunch of hogs here. Come here. There we go. Do. Easy peasy, hoggy squeezy. Oh, I moved my mic away. There we go. Oh, doggo. I am not gonna tame you right now. I don't have a safe way of bringing you back home. There we go. Just gonna run around in a circle. There we go. I'm lowering my sensitivity a little. I felt how jerky it was. So it's probably incredibly jerky for you guys, not being the ones moving around. Can you get lizard doggos to stay? If by staying you mean put them in a pit that is at least 2 meters tall, yes. They can get out, like they have like a step up that functions up to 1 meter. So as long as you put like this in, they can't move. What's super important as well is put in one of these so that you have like a pit like this. Like, of course, 2 meters tall so that they can't step out. Here, because the risk is otherwise that if you reload the save or anything like that, they fall through the ground. Like, they don't die, but you can't, like, access them. They're, like, at the bottom of the world. The only way to get them back is to teleport them back up with the Satisfactory calculator. With the interactive map. So, only way to ensure... It can still happen, just less of a chance. Or less of a risk. Yes, I know that because I have 10 of them. I made a video called the Doggo Meta, talking specifically about how powerful the doggos are for the early game ticket generation. And then again for the late game unlock speed and easy setup. Like you don't have to craft turbo motors because your doggos give them to you. For setting, like upgrading your miners and stuff like that, just when you unlock tier 3 miners. So I have spent some time dealing with the doggos. I also rename any YouTube members or Patreons. I rename my doggos after them, so I need to check that video out. Yeah, I think it was released like the same week or week after 1.0 released. So yeah. Let's see, where... There's supposed to be a Somersloop around here. Oh, there! Found you. There. Boom. And let's climb our way up to you. I don't give a crap about you. You are not harmful to me. Eh. Okay, that doesn't work. Do you use Satisfactory calculator maps to find stuff, or do you consider that cheating for your own game rules? I think if I was playing for myself, I wouldn't do it. Because I have to consider like a content creator perspective is specifically about like time saving and stuff like that. Certain things I like change for myself. For example, when I'm building in the world, I am using flight mode, specifically to make it go faster. Depending on what I'm doing, like last Sunday, I had like pretty much a discovery stream, where the whole thing was about exploring the map. Then I did not use Satisfactory calculator. But if the content of finding the Somersloops and Mercer Spheres right now is not about that, it's about what I'm going to do with them, like the power augmenters and dimensional storage and stuff, then I think it's more important that I have them rather than that I like super like do super hardcore gameplay to get them. Because I have done that. I have spent hours and hours. I've spent like 10-15 hours doing it the like vanilla hardcore way. But if I can do the same amount of work in 2 hours and then make another video instead, that's more important, in my opinion. I don't know if you agree or like if my viewers agree. That's literally just my own take on the whole matter. Let's see. Oh, more spicy bobs. Spicy bobs die. Thank you. Like, I have played this for over 1500 hours. I have gone through this before. The most important thing is that I teach the audience how to do it themselves. After that, what's the point? Other than, like, if I enjoy it. Sometimes I can do it because it's like a nice, like, mental break for me. Oh, that's a big one. You go first. Apparently not. No, wrong. There we go. As many of these as possible before it aggroes on me. Oh, I killed it. Perfect. Oh, there. It's stuck inside the rock. Can I, perhaps, entice you with this? Can you come here? Come here. Come here, boy. Let's see. Matt B. There we go. Let's see. I totally agree. I personally use it because I find exploration not to be my favorite aspect of the game. Perfectly reasonable. Satisfactory calculate or satisfactory map is the most comparable thing to watching a guide. You aren't cheating stuff in, but helping. Yeah, like I'm not generating it. I'm not like console commanding it in. For me on this subject, it depends on what the creator is doing in the series. If the series is HC, high is like I don't know what HC stands for. Then like cheats. If it's relaxed, oh hardcore, yeah, okay, no, then it makes sense. If it's relaxed, it's fair enough. If it's a tutorial, it's okay as long as it does not affect the quality of the teaching. Yeah, like I would never like go, okay, this is how you find Mercer Spheres, and then go and show them how to like locate all of them on the calculator. Like, and I have spent a decent amount of time. Like, you looking at me playing right now, do you feel like I am like unaccustomed to fighting these animals or navigating the world or anything like that? Like, I hope not, because I've spent a few hundred hours doing it. That's essentially my take on it. So as long as like I can still show the quality of like, this is how you can easily navigate the world, this is how you can find things, this is how the object detector works, like as long as that stuff has quality and can show other people how they can do it, yeah, like I can do a video on how to take down pretty much everything in the game without like a scratch. And stuff like that, that's no problem. But it has no value because most of the players don't care. And there is an aspect of, if I don't get views, if I don't have some level of return on investment on this, I literally cannot spend the time making that video. I've done that for a few like games that I really wanted to play. I've done it with like Shapes 2. I've done it with the Crust. I played some Dyson Sphere when I started out, and stuff like that. So it's not like I haven't done other things, but generally I have to cater to what gets views and watch time and like all that kind of stuff on YouTube. So it's like I have to find like a balance between where I can be myself and be genuine and do stuff that I actually want to do, and then at the same time do stuff that I know that other people on YouTube likes as well. Which is why it's satisfactory for me, because this is a game I can spend hundreds or thousands of hours in and not get bored. Hello? And make videos on that I'm confident, like this is good information. This will help you enjoy the game more or overcome some challenge of yours. Like, that's the way that I look at it. Oh, it's in there. I know where they are. Let's just reload so we can shoot all the spiders and blow them up. Good take from me. Yeah, thank you. I have had the luxury of, or I have the luxury of actually being part of the target audience that I am trying to reach with my videos. Like, so it's like, would I watch my video? Yes. The video. No, thank you. You can stay gone. Ooh. No more meow. Great. But I have watched. I watched a few of these, like, they came out a while ago. Like, I spent 100 days in XXX, like, whatever. Oh, sorry, the mic boom. Kind of like game in Minecraft or Subnautica or like Satisfactory or whatever it was. And it was very easy to tell when someone was like, which do you think is more OP, Somersloops or Mercer Spheres? I think on a, like, I think they are both OP in their own way. I think that Mercer Spheres are equally OP throughout the entire game. Like, if you get a bunch of Mercer Spheres and stuff like that, and you get the dimensional storage going, and you upgrade that to the full thing, that is going to be a stable OP throughout the game. Somersloops are increasingly and staggeringly more OP the later in the game you go, for multiple reasons. One, every time you place down a power augmenter, your power generation goes up by a minimum of 10% and a maximum of 30 if you have the dimensional, like the boost thing that they have. And on top of that, you generate more power over time, which means that the percentage bonus becomes more powerful the more power you generate. The most OP is that you can use Somersloops and Slugs, and Slugs are infinite now. Slugs were infinite before as well. You could get them from the doggos before as well. And they didn't take from the map, you just got them out of thin air, so they were infinite before, just not on an industrial scale, the way they are now. Now I can create them, yeah. I have 10 doggos. Up until maybe 100 hours into the game, I picked up maybe 10 slugs total. The rest of my slugs came from the doggos. So that's my take on the whole thing, essentially. That I also want to be clear, I didn't use the doggos pre-update 1.0. I personally think Somersloops are more OP for stuff like the space solar and making them 2 times faster whilst using the same amount of resources is crazy. Power is 4 times, but for one manufacturer, that isn't too much. No, that is correct. If it is for like a small temporary like setup or for a early game thing, I essentially think that using multiplication with the Somersloops is more powerful than using the augmenters up until you get 4. When you have 4 augmenters, 40% bonus, even with your start setup, placing down 2 manufacturers is like once you get to that point, it is like numbers wise just less effective to put Somersloops into a let's see, where are you? You're up there. It's just less effective to put in there rather than just already having... Okay, it was even higher up. Okay. It's just less effective than just having power augmenters already running. Ta-da. Like the 500 megawatts plus the 10% bonus, and once you hit 40% total, it becomes broken, the amount of power you get compared to just duplicating. It's essentially like... We did the math. Was it last stream or the stream before? Like, I actually did the math on it, and it's essentially like at the 40% mark, 30 or 40% mark, it becomes redundant to use them for duplication rather than power generation. And then once you hit fuel power, using them for duplication is just like... You are aware that if you use these for like power generation rather than duplication, you would get thousands upon thousands of megawatt. You could place down 100 manufacturers. With the Somersloops, you are now using a manufacturers instead. Like, that's my take on the whole thing. Which just means like you have kind of like a level OP-ness with the what's it called? With the my brain froze. With the Mercer Spheres, but you have a like non-linear increase in power the further into the game, and the more of them you have with the Somersloops. You know, where you don't with the what's it called? Mercer Spheres. The only thing that I can say like is great with the Mercer Spheres is that at a certain point, certain materials is like, why do you even have them in your inventory? I wasn't looking at the screen. For example, if you have 5, I would say. But if the bottleneck is the amount of base parts to make the end product, then Somersloop boosting in 2x the item is better than having a lot of machines, as more machines won't help the bottleneck. No. Like, that is correct. I agree with you on that. I'm also aware that certain materials or certain parts are really, really hard to make. But in my opinion, if you haven't gotten the parts, so to speak, if you don't have the production lines set up for it, you're rushing. And rushing in Satisfactory is such a slippery slope. That way lies burnout, that way lies performance anxiety, and you will, like, the game will just turn boring for you. Like, the game isn't going anywhere. It's not like you're gonna wake up tomorrow and like, nope, Coffee Stain said fuck you and just took it off Steam or anything like that. Like, it's there for you. And you can play the same world in 10 years. Like, in my opinion, it's kind of like Minecraft in terms of like creative liberty and stuff. Like, you can spend hundreds or thousands of hours in a single world, and everything that like limits you from doing one or the other thing. I'm not rushing, I'm Polish. Yes. Exactly. Polish. Don't rush. Like, but let's say an endgame scenario, what a part that you put thousands of resources to make one part, and that part is like 10 parts per minute, then surely using Somersloops in endgame scenarios is worth it. I would say that it's worth it only if you have spare Somersloops. Otherwise, I would probably take the time to go back and look at my lines and see where I can overhaul and rebuild. To see where I can use alternative recipes to save on certain resources. Instead use others. I think that's my take on it. Like, and that's a very, very personal like thing. That's incredibly subjective. I can't speak for anyone else. Hello, Rox. I can only say that like I don't find Somersloops to be interesting in terms of duplication. The second I have the ability to like create production lines that should like does what the Somersloop should be doing, and if I'm using the Somersloop, that's a band-aid solution in my opinion. For me, like I'm not saying that like you can play the game exactly however you want. Like I stand by that point. This is like Minecraft, and I'm not gonna tell someone how to play Minecraft. Like that's one of the most. Oh, I blew myself up. I'm not gonna tell someone how to play Minecraft. And I am using the Somersloop duplication right now myself. For all the slugs and for like DNA capsules and stuff like that. And I will likely, especially for the DNA capsules, I'll probably use that for the rest of the game because that is a quadrupling if you do it for both the protein and the DNA. So I think that's a very like I think that's going to be hotly debated, and I think there's going to be a certain part of the Satisfactory player base and community that will be pissed at people who don't use them the right way. But I'm basically just, you do you, man. If you're having fun with it, who am I to say don't do that? Like, if you stop having fun with it, don't do it anymore. Like, that's the only thing I can say. Like, if you don't enjoy the game, you're doing something wrong with the game, because like, if you used to enjoy it, something's changed. You're doing something different. You have changed somehow. Whatever it is. You might need a break from the game. Like, whatever it is. I do like the addition of Somersloops, but I feel like I get more lazy with them and don't worry about part optimization, as I can just 2x the end product when I couldn't before. Yeah, and that's my point. Like, it becomes a band-aid solution. Like, I could double my smart plates output. I could double my automated wiring output when I'm building that. I could double anything, really. Is it the best thing to do? I don't think so. I definitely think that it has more of a negative effect. And I think that the whole, like, because remember, like, we are still living in a society that goes like, if you aren't effective, like slugs and alien remains, yeah, they should be duplicated. Especially early game, before you have like super high point generation from your factories, like sinking and stuff. But generally, you're not going to fix stuff, and you're going to go like, no, this is the most time-effective solution. And what I think that people miss when it comes to gaming specifically is if you're trying to rush through the game, holy shit, I did not see you. Hey dude, can we just have a talk about this instead? Holy shit. Come here. Oh shit. That is a tanky boy. How are you taking this much damage? Oh, there we go. Same. And when I played 1.0 release day, I didn't really read the patch notes or anything. Crafted all my slugs and then found out. Same with DNA. Expect you can 4x that. Yes. Same. You pissed it off by blowing its kids up. Yeah. Well, ultimately, I won the Darwin competition. So yeah. Like, have fun with the game. Just do what you want with the game. The numbers, if you want to play by the numbers. Planetary exploitation, yeah. If you are want to play by the numbers, then at the second you can make the fourth power augmenter, do that. And then only use duplication for limited items, such as like power slugs and similar power slugs, protein. Bye. Did you just run off the cliff? Oh yeah, down there. Sorry, I'm just gonna kill these guys and then I can coherently speak again. There we go. Yeah, shoot me then. There we go. This might be a hot take, but with Satisfactory, the thing that annoys me the most is getting the next tier of miner and having to completely rebuild. It means I feel less motivated to make a nice factory until I get Mark III late game. Yeah, I kind of have like a similar thought. I have a solution that I use. One, I don't care and move on to the next part of the map and rebuild whatever I need to. And leave that as a like obsolete ghost factory that I built before. The other solution that I have is I pre-plan for triple the production. So now that we have Mark 6 belts, I would plan, if I'm building like only permanent factories from the get-go, or factories where, in my case, for the cities, I'm trying to make them stage-wise. I'm not trying to make them catch up to the next city for the next like phase and stuff like that. So I don't care about that. But if I was trying to do that, I would basically make how many smelters can I run for iron on a 1200 line, and then I would build that, and I would plan for like what is the maximum for this node from the get-go, and have this like buildings placed down, just not hooked in. And I hook them in when I upgrade to Mark II. I just hook them in, keep going. I just have to accept that these aren't gonna be running on pure alternate recipes for the stuff. Oh, there we go. Somersloops? Yep, Somersloops. I'm the kind of person that likes to do the pre-planning. Like, I feel good when I realize that, like, oh, I need to plan like 60 hours worth of gameplay before I even start playing. Like, that's fun to me, so. But yeah, essentially if you know you're gonna get the Mark IIIs, and you don't want to rebuild your factory, build them with the Mark IIIs in mind in the first place. Both with the belts and with the machines in mind. And that way you have minimal amount of work. Ah, that's Cliffo. I'm not doing a shootout competition with you again. I'm going to blow you up. I must have done some damage. Was there a second one? Oh no, that's a normal alpha. I was like, shit, I thought there was something scary here. Bye. Did you fall into the ground? Huh. Either way. Another one. And a third one. Come on. That was a nice save. That was a miss. Very nice. I don't know if anyone in chat has like a different solution, like what they do, because some people just enjoy rebuilding the whole thing. I mean, if you built your entire factory with like modular blueprints. Matt B asked, and like B might have a bit of a hot take, but with Satisfactory, the thing is that annoys me the most is getting the next tier of miner and having to completely rebuild. It means I feel less motivated to make a nice factory. Like, I don't know what others enjoy most when it comes to that. I know that I either like just accept the fact that that's a shit factory and then I move on and build a new one. I tend to build very modular. I don't build a lot of mega factories. I built one mega factory in the Let's Play in Update 8. But yeah, like what Flickr says, try to be as modular as possible. I tend to want to split up my factories between different locations, and all that kind of stuff. Let's see, Somersloops this direction. And that is specifically because it means I can like tear it down and rebuild it completely. Usually start with just getting it to work, then rebuild later as I get better stuff. Yeah, like some people enjoy the like rebuilding part. They like to see the change over time. Now I'm trying Mega Factory after one rebuild first. Yeah, something to be like, and this is something that like terrifies me with Mega Factory specifically, is that once they are built, they are hell to like rebuild or change anything by. It is insane how much it affects things when you change up to the Mega Factory stuff. Because if you need to change a single line, that might change like an additional like 400 machines during the whole like process for you changing up one single line. So I'm like, if I build a Mega Factory, if I ever build a Mega Factory, I'm going to basically do a whatever it works set up first, just so I can unlock literally every space elevator part up until so I get the like top tier belts. I get the alternate recipes, and like I'm probably going to start with all the alternate recipes unlocked, and all that kind of stuff, so that I don't have to worry about going back and rebuilding. Let's see. Let's go up. If I can remember how I got up in the first place. That's also a fun question to see what you guys think about that. Like, are you more into the modular approach or more into the mega factory approach? Tippy C2 says Mega Factory. Trying to do both right now, says a Flicker from Beyond. How are you trying to do both? Is this like you're having like modular factories that feed into a Mega Factory, or... Tippy, what is the thing with mega factories that makes you go like, yep, that's my way? Like, instead of anything else. That the mega factory can expand over time with modules. I mean, that's kind of what you need to do with mega factories. That makes sense. When like the concept of like a modular factory versus a mega factory in Satisfactory tends to be, are you building everything in one location, or are you spreading it out over different locations, different factories entirely, and then connecting them with logistics? That tends to be the difference. When specifically talking about mega factories and modular factories in Satisfactory. I hope that explanation made sense. Because, like, for example, like, if you take, like, it seems to make more sense to bring everything to one place. I played Factorio that way too. Yeah. Yeah. For some people, that the logic there, like, makes a lot of sense, and I'm not gonna fault people for that. Like, I am fascinated by both concepts. I like figuring out the complex logistics over scale, over time. How do you take screenshots? You can do that different ways. You can go into photo mode by pressing P. And then you... F12 on Steam, yeah. And then you can just use like the left mouse button, and then you have a screenshot folder specifically for Satisfactory as well, if you use the photo mode. No. Do you think this is enough bombs? I get the feeling this is enough bombs. No. More computer. Bye! I think I won. Do you think I got him? Well, yeah, like I'm very like drawn to both concepts. I kind of want to at some point build a proper mega factory, like one location, like Tippy says, like bring everything in. Needs 300 megawatts. Good thing I don't give a crap. Alien power augmenter. Oh no, I put down all the Somersloops I had. God damn it, I don't have 10 with me. Then we do this instead. Put that back in, right? Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Did I didn't actually overclock that. I am gonna overclock you too. And then I'm gonna overclock you. Boom. 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 And do we have some wood on us? Yeah, we do. There's some wood. And let's just bring out some leaves that I have in here. There. There we go. They are all powered. Is that enough? That is exactly 300. Perfect. Ta-da! Are they dead? Yeah. I think they might be. I get that feeling. There we go. However, now I have to get back to base because I need to end the stream. Have you guys have a good time? How are you guys feeling at the end of the stream? Hope I haven't like wasted someone's time or anything like that. If I have, I'm sorry. I have no idea what I've done to do that. It was a pleasure. Yes, that's good. I'm basically going to be streaming. This is going to be like a Satisfactory stream every Sunday. And I'm going to have a random game stream where I'm just basically playing whatever I feel like playing or whatever my patrons or member votes on for Fridays. And it's 4-hour streams in both cases. And start at the same time. Can I? I'm just being. What am I doing dumb? Thank you. It's a lot of work for a blue slug. Remember to like the stream, it helps a lot with the algorithm. Okay, gotta run. Thank you for the stream. Looking forward to more. Yeah. Looking forward to having more chats with you guys. Already like, perfect. Awesome. Later. Trying to get back is going to be a dangerous task, isn't it? Come on, die. Thank you. I just did not hit with any of those. Alright. Let's get back to base so I can finish this stream off properly. Can I just ladder my way up here? Yeah. Perfect. No more D. Let's reload everything. Down. Yeah, like I said, Fridays are going to be random games. If you want to have a say in what those games are, members and Patreons get to vote in the Discord, put their opinion in on what I should be playing, and I really would like more opinions. Not just because it means like I get more money, but specifically because I want a more diverse range of games to play. Specifically now during like October, where it's my birthday in like 6. No wait, sorry, I'm counting wrong here. It's the 6th today. Yeah, it's 18 days until my birthday. My birthday's on the 24th, and I want to play some horror game on my birthday as a birthday stream. But I don't know what. And a specific perk for members and Patreons are to get to vote on future content and stuff like that. Otherwise, it's going to be whatever me, Damn Carl, and Eric M1777 can come up with. Or, like, whatever I happen to have in my list, like on Steam or Epic Games or something like that. I do know that the game on Friday is going to be a 4-hour session with The Division. Empress is really fascinated by the world, and we're gonna play it together on stream. This is our first time playing the game. I have finished the game, or I think I've finished the game. I might have watched a playthrough. I know I've played a lot of the game, but yeah. So I'm going to start a new character as well and like join her. And we will play together on stream. We're back. We're safe. I hope you guys had a really, really good time. I am like, it breaks my brain. Like the engagement I've had this stream and having you guys here and the conversations and chatting and helping Rock figure out the early game and how my Satisfactory works and everything. Helping to do some troubleshooting with the pipes and everything. I really love that. And having conversation about the game. Could it have been a better 1,000 subscriber celebration stream? I love it. And thank you so much. And if you want to keep chatting, head on over to the Discord. Links in the description. And I try to be as active as possible during the days. So we'll see you guys later. Thank you so much. Bye!